Members of Parliament, support staff, visitors in the public tribune, radio listeners, TV viewers, and all those persons following via social media, members of the media, and persons following via any other media. I welcome you to the continuation of Central Committee meeting number 20 for today, Tuesday, June 25th. I want to give a special welcome to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina. We have established a quorum of 10 persons. I invite you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice. I don't think any notices. We have not received any notices from, yes, we have. We have received notice from the member MP Artwell Irian. At this time, I ask if any member of Parliament wishes to have the floor for notifications. That does not appear to be the case, so we go over to the agenda point for today. And that agenda point is a discussion on the state of affairs and potential solutions at the utility company NV G.E.B.E. This document is registered on the IS 800 of this parliamentary year, and it is dated June 11th. So going over to the agenda point, it was on June 11th that Parliament received a letter from the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Luc Mercelina, with a request for a closed-door Central Committee meeting of Parliament to discuss the state of affairs and potential solutions at the utility company. The request was that this be done in a closed-door setting with members of Parliament. So this Central Committee meeting commenced actually on Monday, June 17th, in a closed-door session based on the request. However, it was decided after a short deliberation that it should be a meeting that is open to the public considering the situation at hand. The Prime Minister gave a presentation on the state of affairs and potential solutions at the utility company G.E.B.E., and the members of Parliament were given the opportunity to pose questions to the ministers present. The meeting was then adjourned to allow the ministers time to prepare the answers to the questions posed by members of Parliament. So today we continue with this meeting, and at this time I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, for his remarks and to answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament in the earlier session of this meeting. So, Prime Minister, I invite you to take the floor.
Honorable President of Parliament, Secretary General, and the honorable members of Parliament, the public here present in the Parliament building, and also those following on social media, good morning. President, during the previous meeting of Parliament concerning this energy crisis that our country is encountering, a lot of statements has been made and a lot of questions has been posed towards the government. Every member of Parliament also knows that we did not get here overnight. However, we can agree that the current situation that our people in St. Martin are encountering has to be dealt with by the current government. Madam Chair, a lot of questions has been posted that I will give answer on, of course. But before I answer these questions, allow me to present to Parliament an overview of the results of the discussions with G.E.B.E. on the decision that was taken how to address the immediate, short and long-term solutions to our current situation. I would like to make use of this opportunity with the agreement of our President of Parliament for me to go through a short presentation overview that everybody knows exactly where we're standing today with the approach towards the energy crisis that we have been encountering for more than 9 months. First of all, we are going to talk about the immediate solutions that can be taken or are going to be taken. That is the way I have to say it. First of all, the decision has been taken for us to rent containers for the immediate term in a way to solve the crisis that we're in. The renting of these containers is going to add 10 megawatt to the grid of St. Martin. We are going to combine this rent of this 10 megawatt of containerized generators. We are going to also add a diesel generator number 8 that will be back soon online, that is going to add an extra 3 megawatt to the system. And the third thing that we have negotiated with large consumers is that the large consumers are going to get off the grid during partial hours of the day, and that effort is going to add another 4 megawatts to the system. First of all, I'm going to give some detailed information about the decision that was taken to add the rent containers to the island. We're going to rent 10 megawatt on containerized generators. The moment that this is paid, that is going to be paid. We are waiting, and I just discussed it we expected the official invoice yesterday night. We received it. We are going to pay that tomorrow, Wednesday, June the 26th. And at that moment, it's going to be 5 weeks after that we have paid the ordering of these 10 megawatt containers. It will take 5 weeks after that for us to have them operational and functional for the Society of St. Martin. The company that has been used, the choice of the company to order these containers are the company So Energy International. We are going to order 7 to 10 containers, and they all will be 20-foot containers. Why do I say 7 to 10? Because it's not about the containers that we rent, it's about the amount of megawatts that we rent. That means that we are going to rent 10 megawatts, and they are going to see if they're going to bring for between 7 to 10 to cover exactly the 10 megawatts. Some containers give 1 megawatt each unit, others give 1.5, for example. They will make the combination to, at the end, get to the figure of 10 megawatt. The brand of this containerized generators is the brand Caterpillar, and it's going to be under the condition of rent. The fuel type will be diesel, and the transit time to get them on the island is approximately 14 days, 2 weeks. And it will take another 3 weeks to get them connected on our grid, to have it running, productive, and being able to utilize, so in total 5 weeks. And the length of the rental of these 10 generators will be, of this 10 megawatt will be 3 months. Tomorrow morning, the amount will be wired. What is the figures that we're talking about for this deal? The mobilization fee will be 553,000 $400. The monthly cost will be average $378,500. The total rental cost will be $1,135,500. And the demobilization fee to get them back after we have rented them is going to cost $253,250. The overall cost for this deal will be $1,942,150. Of course, the rent will be exclusive, the consumption of fuel. Included in the terms for this rental deal, we will get, with the package deal, personnel to install for the installation of the generator units and also for the operation of the container generators for the duration of the rental contract period. Additional to the containers, the installation, and the personnel to guide this process, we are going to get 3 days fuel tank storage additional to the containerized generators. The second step in this immediate solution approach is that we have still generator 8 that caught fire due to the primary fire that started in Unit 9. And the way it's progressing, the intervention by the technical department, it is expected to be operational by July 15, 2024. By getting this generator 8 operational again is going to add a other 3 megawatt to the grid. The third intervention action is that we have negotiated with the large consumers of energy on this island for them to disconnect from the grid partially through the day, and we have reached an agreement with the 6 high consumers on the island, being the Maho Sonesta Beach Hotel, the American University of the Caribbean, Oyster Pond Bay Resort, Royal Palm, Flamingo Beach Hotel, Westin Down Beach Hotel, and Spa. These are the 6 entities that are high consumers of energy that are going to cooperate with us to partial sections of the time slots on 24 hours to disconnect from the grid. The immediate solution for what we have chosen for has a few benefits. With this 10 megawatt of container generators, load shedding will be mitigated or eliminated in 5 weeks' time from now. The inclusion of personnel in the cost ensures that the generators will be operational as quickly as possible. We are going to get an additional 3 days fuel tank for storage, as it can be a crucial factor in the contingency. The 10 megawatt containers generators come with factory warranty. The nice part of this deal is that we are going to rent them for 3 months, and actually they are giving us 8 months to spread the payment back for the rent deal that we are getting with them. This means there will be no immediate impact on G.E.B.E's liquidity. Addition of diesel generator, 8 and 10 megawatt extra containers that we are renting will add back an extra 13 megawatt to the grid. And further, the agreement that we have with the high consumers by taking them off partially through the day from the grid will add an extra 4 megawatt for the general consumption. In total, with the intervention that we're doing, we will get additionally a 17 megawatt added to the system. We are going now from the immediate solutions to the short-term solutions. That is the second part of my presentation. And this is a deal for a lease-to-own container generators. The company that an agreement has been done with is the company CMEC. We are going to order 18 20-feet containers from the brand Cummins. It's going to be on a lease-to-own contract. The fuel type will be diesel. The lifespan of these generators are approximately 20 to 30 years. The transit time to get them on the island will be 6 weeks, and the connection time, being the time for them to get operational, will be approximately another 3 weeks. The length of lease to own will be in a contract for 36 months, being 3 years. The container should be operational 3 months after down payment, and the down payment was made Friday, June the 21st, 2024. For this deal, we had a down payment of 15%, being $1,071,750. The monthly cost will be average $184,760. The balance after the down payment will be $6,651,360. And the total cost for this rent-to-own deal will be $7,723,110. The down payment, as I said, took place Friday, June the 21st, 2024. And of course, this deal is exclusive the fuel consumption, and the financing will be 6%. Included in this deal is personnel for installment. We will get personnel with them to install the containers. And additional to that, there will be a guidance of 30-day training for the personnel of G.E.B.E. And additional to that, we're going to get 3 days fuel tank storage. In resume, what does this mean, this deal? With 20 megawatt container generator capacity, load shedding will be mitigated or eliminated. Secondly, it fits best financially the liquidity of the G.E.B.E. There will be added to the package 3 days of fuel tank for storage, and that is of course crucial for the contingency. The container generators are brand new, 0 hours, and the production is the year 2024. The factory warranty is 50 months after arrival or 12 months after installation or 1,000 running hours, depending whichever occurs first. There is no prepayment penalty. Generators can be paid off early if finances allow without incurring a penalty. Addition of diesel generator 8 and 20 megawatt containers, we will add in this system 23 megawatt to the grid. The third chapter is the long-term solution. That is the focus on the long term for the purchase of 3 new 9 megawatt generators. The company that G.E.B.E. is negotiating with is Wärtsilä. It's going to be 9 megawatt generators. It's going to be 3 of them. The total megawatt will be 3 times 9, 27 megawatt. The brand is Wärtsilä. It's purchase to own, of course. The fuel type will be a combination diesel, NLG, and heavy fuel oil. The cost of this intervention will be approximately 42 million, approximately 14 million US dollars per generator. The moment you order these generators until you have them operational will be approximately between the 18 to 24 months after the down payment has been done. The financing options for the 3 new generators for the long term, we have at this particular moment negotiations ongoing with a consortium group locally here in St. Martin, and the government has also initiated negotiations parallel with this with de BZK, Binnenlandse Zaken en Koninkrijksrelaties. Some information concerning generator 19. This generator is, of course, the one that everybody is talking about that has an issue with the crankshaft. This machine is going through a annealing process. That means that it's a specific process in which they heat up the system and cools it off in a time span to actually have an idea about the quality of the consistency of the metal. These 2 annealing processes took place already successful. They are now busy with the 3rd annealing process that began on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2024. And at this particular moment, we are waiting on the outcome of the 3rd annealing process. I think in about 10 days from now, we will have an end result of this. And then we have the choice of, if it's successful, that a new crankshaft must not be ordered. It's expected that it will take about approximately till end of July for us to get this diesel generator number 19 operational again for St. Martin. If unsuccessful in this annealing process, that it's proven that the crankshaft is not going to hold it anymore, a new crankshaft must be purchased in the amount of 2.5 million US dollars. And if that is the case, and if the decision is taken to go that direction with diesel generator number 19, we can expect to get this diesel generator 19 back operational in December 2024. Future vision for alternative energy is also something that is being worked on. To get this going, you need funding, and the G.E.B.E. is already engaged with the World Bank and also with Energy Nautics in the working relationship with World Bank to stipulate a future vision for the execution of alternative energy for St. Martin. Further, at this particular moment, there is cooperation and collaboration with the BZK for access to and request to get access to growth fund, the BKMB, dat is de borgstellingsregeling midden- en kleinbedrijf, the SDE++, and also with the European Bank. We recently initiated serious negotiations with the BZK, also with future vision to really execute renewable energy for country St. Martin. A few statements was made about a certain grid market agreement that has been made, especially looking forward to the long-term vision of developing alternative energy for country St. Martin. And I have done my homework to see what has been actually agreed upon with this grid market. And this grid market is hereby, this is a copy-paste of this agreement. I just took this sentence that reads a little difficult, but I literally took it over. Grid market is hereby designated the exclusive agent of St. Martin for purposes herein, and any all solution providers, financiers, consultants, or related parties will be required to engage solely through the grid market platform in connection with the Clean Energy Initiative and any clean energy projects. This agreement was signed on the 9th of July 2021. The way forward in combining renewable energy with, of course, the pricey decisions that has to be taken concerning the purchase of the 3 new generators, each of 9 megawatt. That is what we are looking now into, to see how far we can get with financiers, to see if we can start working on ordering of these units, because at the end of the day it will take about 18, as I said, to 24 months to get them productive. I would like to thank you for your attention for the presentation that I gave. Further, thank you, President. I have also the package of answers too, but I think I will give you the floor first back for us to move on, or if there's any questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that presentation. I am sure that consideration has been given to share the presentation with Parliament, so we look forward to receiving that as soon as possible. We received it. Okay, thank you, Prime Minister, for receipt thereof. And Prime Minister, I want to suggest that you go through the answers to the questions so that we can then ensure that the members receive the answers to their questions, and then we will go over to the members of Parliament and allowing members of Parliament to pose any additional questions that they may have. So, Prime Minister, I invite you to now present the answers to the questions asked in the first part of this Central Committee meeting. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. MP Arendel asked, what are the long-term goals of G.E.B.E. to avoid load shedding? I think that in the presentation that was answered. MP Kotai, study was done in 2014 and 2015, where we had to be 80% in renewable energy in 2025. Why no further studies done into what is the best option for alternative energy for country St. Martin? At this particular moment, the final report from Energy Nautics will support the unified decision-making process that they are still busy with. This report should be ready by the end of June of this year. They are quite advanced already in the vision through Energy Nautics that is working in a close relationship with the World Bank. The second question of MP Kotai is, has there been at least a comparison between the current containerized generation options and on the table and other proposed? The answer is yes. G.E.B.E. has scrutinized every option that we had on the table. Is G.E.B.E. making this decision by taking the first deal on the table, or if the government is taking that, depending on whatever is on the table? G.E.B.E. is a limited liability company and will make the decision and pay for the option chosen. The solutions and situations are discussed, of course, with the shareholder. Question 4. As we are crunching the numbers, there can be cheaper options for the containerized generators and also the time frame to get them here and operational. Answer is G.E.B.E. has internally reviewed options and asked Energynautics to review as well. The options chosen have been based on careful consideration of the options, timing, technical, and financial viability. Question 5. The logistics around the load shedding, in particular areas affecting certain businesses, are we able to receive and do our own overview in the logistics on how they decided to load shed in said particular areas, for example, in Simpson Bay? During the day, they can operate without electricity for the 2-hour span, but in the night hours, they are fully dysfunctional, leading to a severe loss. G.E.B.E. internally decided on the load shedding areas depending on the capacity of the plant and time of the day, starting from Simpson Bay Yacht Club area to and also including the whole Simpson Bay stroke. This location is only load shed during the day, unless there is an untimely power outage. But in principle, at night, it's not planned to take Simpson Bay out of the grid. MP Emmanuel, based on what did the former government give grid market exclusivity to deal with renewable energy? At this particular moment, I showed actually the core sentence in this deal, but it's an agreement that I have encountered since I assumed the responsibility as Prime Minister of this country. That is very short, but at this particular moment we are revising this agreement that has been made with the grid market. Question 2 is, what did the experts from everywhere else...
Prime Minister, just for clarity's sake, I need to interject and ask you, did you say revising or are you reviewing the...
No, reviewing.
Thank you.
Yeah, reviewing, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, reviewing. What did the experts from everywhere else tell you what can be done better? MP does not believe anything that comes from G.E.B.E. in terms of a solution. How long do the people of St. Martin will be experiencing power outages? G.E.B.E. has consulted with Energynautics to ensure that the solutions are validated by external experts. The anticipation is that the outages will be solved within 5 to 6 weeks from now. Question 3. How sustainable are the solutions that the government is coming with for this matter, and for how long? Is it a temporary solution? Is it a midterm solution? Or is it a fixed solution without having the generators here? The solutions for solving the gap and for the long term are designed to provide stability to the grid. I have presented the immediate, short and long-term solutions with my PowerPoint presentation just now. These short-term solutions are sustainable and only will remain in place until the 3 new units are commissioned. Question 4. Ask the board and the temporary manager who replaces the damaged electrical appliances that is being damaged right now because of load shedding. The solution cannot be by a power surge. What is the plan that G.E.B.E. has to compensate the general public? Customers, the answer is customers can contact a G.E.B.E. to have claims discussed. In addition, G.E.B.E.'s claim forms are accessible online. This remains a concern for government, and of course we will continue to have the necessary discussions and follow up to ensure claims are handled properly by G.E.B.E. Question 5. Can Prime Minister explain exactly what is the breakdown in the mechanical engineering of generators of G.E.B.E that today we are experiencing the load shedding? The loss of diesel generator 19 related to the crankshaft and the fire in diesel generator 8 and 9 are the cause of the current shortfall in production capacity. And of course, the generators are encountering a challenge with their lifespan. At the peak rate of megawatts output, how much do we produce? With the current loss of diesel generator 8, 9, and 19, the power plant can produce between 47 to 48. Prior to the loss, the power plant registered a peak demand of 56 megawatt. Presently, based on ongoing load shedding and registered amperage, our preliminary extrapolation indicates that peak demand has seemingly exceeded 57 and could be within the range of 57 to 60. Now, with the generators down, what is being produced right now? Break it down in layman terms so the general public can understand why the load shedding is necessary. A shortfall in capacity dictates that the power plant cannot meet the maximum required demand from the community, utilizing the peak demand of 57 megawatt and a maximum production capacity of between 47 to 48 megawatt. The power plant faces a shortfall of approximately 9 to 10 megawatt. Question 8. Is it true or not true that the chief engineer of G.E.B.E resigned? It was circulating on social media, on Facebook. The recent resignation was from a level A mechanic within the mechanical maintenance department who left due to a more attractive offer he received in Santo Domingo. Question number 9. We have a problem with the crankshaft of one of the engines. How long did G.E.B.E know there was a problem with the crankshaft? Did they inform the former government, and what was done? The crankshaft problem that we are encountering was something that appeared on the 5th of May. Nobody expected a breakdown of the crankshaft at that particular moment, although we realize, of course, that these machines are going on for a while already. MP Marlin. Conversation starting with the 3 generators, each carrying a capacity of 9 megawatts. When was this decision started with Wärtsilä? How long ago was it a decision from Discom or taken previously by the management and managing board to purchase these 3 engines? Decisions regarding purchasing Wärtsilä engines, being the 3 times 9 megawatt, is a decision for G.E.B.E. This is a part of the investment in the long term. The process of Wärtsilä is at this particular moment on the go. MP Brug, what are the role and responsibilities of the managing director, supervisory board of directors, and the shareholders? The roles and responsibilities of each body are outlined in the company's articles of incorporation. The managing director is the legal representative of the company, and the supervisory board advises and supervises the management board. The shareholder exercises the shareholders' rights. Should you require any of these documents, I will be happy to provide them for you. What types of information each sector are PV2. The Supervisory Board can request as much information as deemed necessary in order to supervise and advise. The shareholder during a shareholder meeting is entitled to annual reports outlining management's business affairs during the past financial year, financial statement, and the possibilities of discharging the Supervisory Board and the Managing Board from liability during the past financial years. Did G.E.B.E have a contingency plan in the event of system equipment failure? What was the protocol to be followed? If so, what was followed and where did it go wrong? The NV G.E.B.E adheres to the industry standard reliability measures known as N-2, which ensures that the power plant can withstand the simultaneous failure or maintenance of its two largest production units while still meeting the country's energy demand. In practical terms, this requires an operational capacity that includes the current peak demand and a contingency factor equivalent to a N-2, totaling 21 megawatt. However, delayed or in investment over recent years, coupled with economic growth and extreme heat conditions in the Caribbean and a growing infrastructure, have strained the power plant's ability to meet these requirements. Did management know the lifespan of the engines was coming, and what was the continuation plan in regard to that? Management, including previous, were aware of the lifespan and foreseeable challenges. However, there was a lack of active and proactive sound decision-making on supervisory level and shareholders level. 4. In what year was the engine situation first brought to light to the Managing Board, the Supervisory Board of Directors, and the government as stakeholders? The former and first instated Managing Board, comprising of a CEO, CFO, and a CEO, were aware of the situation and began the procurement process in 2017. However, this process was halted due to the impact of Hurricane Irma, which imposed significant financial constraints on the company. Despite the damages incurred, the power plant continued to adhere to reliability standards primarily due to the closure of various businesses and hotels. In 2019 and 2020, when the Managing Board stabilized the company, the procurement process was resumed and the necessary financing was secured to purchase these production units. However, the Supervisory Board of Directors received advice from head internal auditor not to approve the purchase of the engines and the upgrade of the machines in G.E.B.E. The shareholder at that time was also aware of the aforementioned initiative. A loan was approved to purchase engines in 2020. Can the Prime Minister confirm if this is true? If so, what was the nature of the loan and was the transition completely? A loan was approved in 2020 from a local financial institution for the following: office building, 12,200,000. System application and products, 4,500,000. Purchase warehouse, 1,400,000. Closing costs, $510,000, totaling an amount of $18,610,000. This loan was hanging on the approval of an international financial institution. The international financial institution approved to give us a loan of $21 million $67,000 US for a new engine and $4,400 for a solar park. However, this loan was not approved by G.E.B.E. Supervisory Board of Directors at that time. What are the bottlenecks that G.E.B.E. has been experiencing through the years that today is contributing to our current situation? The power generation infrastructure of G.E.B.E. has not been optimally maintained and upgraded. Taken together with hurricane damage and increased demands, G.E.B.E.'s ability to meet power consumption has been a challenge. Question 7. Has G.E.B.E. ever informed government about the state of the generator engines and the durability of these equipments? If they have been informed, was this done in writing and can we receive a copy of this? Answer. The state of the power plant was presented to the supervisory board and directors, the shareholder company, on several occasions through presentations and tours of the facility were informed about the status of G.E.B.E. There has been presentations from the G.E.B.E. to the supervisory board on December the 17th, 2020. Minister of Public Health, Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure on Friday, February 12, 2021. Supervisory Board of Directors update on Thursday, October 13, 2022. Council of Ministers and Representatives of NRPB on Wednesday, June the 28th, 2023. State Secretary Van Huffelen also received a presentation and tour on Thursday, June the 29th, 2023. 8. When last was any investment or any upgrade done to any or all the engines that are at G.E.B.E.? Can we receive the documentation supporting this, and who is responsible and how much did it cost? The series of the most reliable diesel generation sets and operating systems were commissioned and are upgraded based on the following. Diesel generator set number 14 and 15, both commissioned in 2000. Diesel generator set 16 and 17, both commissioned in 2005. Diesel generators sets 18 and 19, both commissioned in 2009. Upgrade of the cooling system for diesel generator number 16 and 17 in 2015, and diesel generator set number 20 commissioned in 2016. In regard to the cooperation between G.E.B.E. and government, how is it? Is it forthcoming? There is a lack of transparency that I'm trying to mitigate by scheduling weekly meetings now with the supervisory board and management of the G.E.B.E. Who has to give you an impression about this interaction at this particular moment in the short period that I have been here leading the government of St. Martin? I had with the supervisory board and management of the G.E.B.E. a meeting on the 30th of May, the 7th of June, the 12th of June, the 13th of June, and with management further alone on the 20th of June, the 21st of June, and the 24th of June 2024. Question number 5. Who has the final decision when it comes to finally applying this short-term solution that is being discussed now for the public of St. Martin? Is it government, G.E.B.E., or is it both together? Solving the energy crisis is a collective effort which remains a holistic approach by all stakeholders, G.E.B.E., government, and consumers. For consumers, resident visitors alike, your patience and, of course, tolerance speaks volumes as it's deeply appreciated. I know it's extremely challenging at this particular moment. I feel your pain daily, and it's the reason why everyone now is trying to do what they have to do for us to solve this national crisis for our country. Since the fire on June 2nd, to which load shedding was increased drastically, how frequent has government and G.E.B.E met? How fruitful have those meetings been? I have mentioned the dates just now that I have had meetings with the supervisory board and with management just now. And due to these meetings, actually I could present today the short, the immediate, the short, and the long-term vision and action plan to solve this problem that is going on for years already by the G.E.B.E. Possibility of some type of incentives for those that want to go on solar panels or generators. Is it also possible to have a discussion with the banks to see if something can be provided for the consumers in terms that they can get a loan or a package? Perhaps G.E.B.E can have this done considering the situation. G.E.B.E welcomes customers who can make investments in solar or renewable energy within the regulatory requirements. The long-term solution for G.E.B.E, that is question 20, the long-term solutions for G.E.B.E with the three engines, is it about time that we look at a different way of doing things? We can look into, for example, the engines, but also look into how we can move forward to invest in other ways of energy. For years, we have been talking about alternative energy. A lot of different organizations have done research on this. How far are these researches? What is the time of implementation? Is it feasible to also put those alternative energy production on the grid? There is a prevalent misconception that NV G.E.B.E is reluctant or uninterested in transitioning to renewable and alternative energy sources. Over the past few years, several studies have been conducted to assess the feasibility of integrating various energy mixes into the company's utility grid. Some may question why these studies are ongoing without concrete decision towards this transition. The initiation of these studies is driven by advancements in technology, their efficiency, integration possibility, and feasibility. Another challenge contributing to the slow pace is the frequent changes in management and organizational instability. However, preliminary studies by Energy Nautics have indicated a promising way forward for NV G.E.B.E. The final vision on the future renewable energy for Country St. Martin will be presented by a report by Energy Nautics end of June of this year. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, we need to accommodate the people going in to pay the bill. A designated person should be made available to handle complaints when paying the bill. G.E.B.E is reviewing the possibilities. Customer care is available online and in person. Can a clear outline of the reporting structure of G.E.B.E at this moment be provided? We have management, supervisory board. What is the structure now given the interim manager and some advisors? The company adheres to its reporting lines in which the interim manager reports to the supervisory board and the supervisory board reports to the shareholder. When is Energy Nautics supposed to give their report on G.E.B.E. and renewable energy? Energy Nautics will be delivering several reports as part of their assignment. The first report is due by end of this month, as I said. Note that Energy Nautics also supported G.E.B.E. in reviewing various proposals and options which may delay work by 1 or 2 weeks. What is the status of the grid market agreement? Why is this under an NDA? Are there any obligations in this context of a G.E.B.E. that the government has in its lap because of this agreement? Why can we not receive a report on grid market? The answer is, I have detected this agreement and I can provide it to the members of parliament. 5. Was any contact made with French Sint Maarten with respect to their plans, among other things, nuclear power, when it pertains to generating electricity? Was any contact made by the then government on the French side with the then government on the Dutch side? Answer, no agreements have been forthcoming from these discussions. MP Irion, Prime Minister also mentioned a few occasions that the country is bankrupt. How can you have a discussion with the Netherlands about a other loan? Will they finance the country, a bankrupt country? What type of interest rates are we looking at? Negotiations are not now ongoing, and the reason why this can happen in a financial, very challenging times for the Sint Maarten is that we are still in a construction in a kingdom of the Netherlands. And the Netherlands also realizes, also in my negotiations with them for a vision to future loan for the purchase of especially the 3 units, each of 14 million, they realize that whatever the financial status is of the country, it's a must because it's a threat for the safety and the livelihood of the people of Sint Maarten. The 3 funds from the Netherlands were mentioned. Some of these funds don't even have the necessary legislation, so they are not yet accessible. Out of the 3 funds, or all of them, is there now current legislation in the Netherlands that allows the islands to tap into these funds? If not, then what long-term plans are we discussing? We need to be able to tap into the funds first. And that is the reason, as an answer, that we are in a discussion with the BZK for them to guide us in the process for the access to these funds. Question 3 is, G.E.B.E. is requesting the big hotels, big developers to get off the grid if they have generators that they can sustain them, or even if they have solar panels. The MP knows in the past that there was an issue with the same developers that they were asked to stay on the grid. You are going in the reverse of the former policy of G.E.B.E. What about the individuals with the means that they're saying, I'm going to invest in my own generator, solar panel with battery? Is there any way to incentivize these individuals? The concession, as an answer, is clearly outlines that NV G.E.B.E. informs large developers and hotels to comply with specific requirements. Due to the current shortfall in operational capacity, NV G.E.B.E. is requesting assistance from these large organizations, which have a backup generator to ensure that more power is available for domestic customers. This approach aims to minimize the duration and extent of load shedding, hereby providing better service to the community. We have to realize that this is a serious national power crisis for the country. MP reads some conflicting information. G.E.B.E stated that they spoke to the government in the past about building permits and capacity. Is there a policy in G.E.B.E in government that G.E.B.E has requested officially government to send in capacity on buildings beforehand? Has G.E.B.E indicated to government in the past that this is our capacity currently or capacity for the next coming years? Please stick within this capacity range. Did this ever happen? Is there any decision on this matter? NV G.E.B.E is a government-owned company, so any projects from large investors, including hotels, or any business investment intended to boost the local economy and tourism should be shared with the sole utility company, which is also government-owned. The lack of communication between both parties is likely to create significant issues for the country, potentially deterring investors from helping us enhance our tourism product. This is crucial as we aim to hit new targets for the island in terms of annual visitors and average expenditure per visitor. Therefore, policies and procedures should be implemented within the Ministry of VROMI and NV G.E.B.E to avoid further mishaps. We must all learn from these mistakes and ensure that they are not repeated by having prudent procedures at place. In the past, the MP said it was mentioned that we need big brand name hotels now for St. Martin. Has this government informed the developers of G.E.B.E who wanted to start construction this year that there is no capacity and we won't have for the next 3 years, so they cannot start the construction? What do we do with the building permits? Are we going to revoke it? You also have an industry that pulls capacity. It's not only about large developments. Some large developments don't pull a lot of capacity, as for example warehouses. The policy needs to be based on capacity output. It is more complex than it is. It is the plan of this government to revoke these building. Is it the plan of this government to revoke these building permits, knowing that we don't have the capacity in the next 2 years forthcoming? Are we going to delay any regular building permits of houses, housing developments, etc.? Answer: government has spoken to the developers of G.E.B.E and informed them about the lack of capacity to produce energy. The developer indicated that they will need 2 years to build, and as a consequence, the energy production capacity should be up to par within 2 years, so this should not affect them. The developer was still encouraged to install back up energy production capacity for its own and possibly using renewable energy within the limits and possibility of the concession. No decision has been taken to revoke at this particular moment building permits. Question 6. In documents received in answering questions from Parliament, MP wants to bring up the matter of renewable energy. It is stated that the government has approved a roadmap for the transition to renewable energy. However, the plan lacks key information from G.E.B.E. If the government approved a roadmap for the transition to renewable energy, Why can this roadmap not be shared with Parliament? Can we receive this roadmap for the transition to renewable energy? G.E.B.E did give government input requirements pertaining the new to be updated energy policy back in 2019. Several meetings were held with policy advisors on this matter. Question 7 is, we have investors and developers on the ground. Will Minister Vromi revoke building permits? As I said, no building permits has been revoked. MP Otley asks, are there plans for budget amendments to be used in the CAPEX? At this particular moment, this is being discussed with the Minister of Finance. MP Jacobs, has a decision been taken, or is the Prime Minister waiting on Friday based on the crankshaft situation to take a decision? As in my presentation, a decision has been taken and G.E.B.E will move ahead with the containerized generators as has been presented in my PowerPoint presentation. Can a government and G.E.B.E clarify whether we have achieved or surpassed the N-? Are we at an N-2? Where are we standing exactly? With the diesel generator 19 and diesel generator 8 and 9 not online, G.E.B.E cannot maintain a N-1 or a N-2. There is a lack of capacity. The industry standard reliability measure known as, for example, N-2, which ensures that the power plant can withstand the simultaneous failure or maintenance of its two largest production units while still meeting the country's energy demand, is not possible. What short-term impacts can we have for renewable energy instead of only focusing on fossil fuels? Did not hear anything about solar. Solar is also one that can be done within 18 months if we had started the process and identify what G.E.B.E.'s grid needed to connect with solar. Does G.E.B.E have a better insight into what is needed to transfer from fossil to other alternative energy possibilities? The strategic business plan will identify the optimal mix of renewables and non-renewables for G.E.B.E. Solar installations will not be able to be ready within a short period of time and are therefore not an option for the urgent situation that we are in. We spoke about the 6 weeks to prepare the containers. Can this also apply to solar, to have it connected in 6 weeks? How soon solar can be incorporated into our energy distribution? No options for, the answer is no options for urgent solar is available. Solar installation takes time to design, and also the engineer, build, and commission takes time. Containerized power is the most immediate option available. Question 5 from MP Jacobs. The strategic plan that NV G.E.B.E was working on through the trust fund, which indeed had to be ready in the first quarter of 2024. Has it been finalized? Is it in the line with what was already agreed upon in terms of the phases for the transition to renewable energy? The deliverables from Energy Nautics are scheduled over the next several weeks. The assignment was comprehensive and will cover urgent, intermediate, and long-term options. Just for clarity, the project commenced in April 2024. Question 6. The Energy and Climate Policy Work Group, is this still function in this group, and have they weighed in at all or any of these discussions? The work group is within government and includes G.E.B.E. The Energy and Climate Policy Work Group is indeed still functioning. The work group plays a valuable role in providing insight and recommendations for the long-term energy development for Country St. Maarten. Question 7. The cost for the generators that will be ordered. Will this have an impact on the consumers? How will it impact our people in St. Maarten? No, there will be no impact on the consumers here in St. Maarten. G.E.B.E will absorb all costs. MP Gums. Question 1. Has there or will there be an investigation into the megawatt requirement of 3 specific areas? 1. Our existing big developments. 2. Those currently under construction. And 3. Those that are pending, thus not yet begun with breaking ground or taking down a tree or anything else. In the past, NV G.E.B.E has had several meetings with the ministry to obtain such information, but parties never established general working procedures. Nevertheless, based on the recent meetings, both parties are now working together to establish a general work procedure. This will ensure that NV G.E.B.E is informed of such developments in a timely manner. MP Roosberg, how much funding did G.E.B.E receive from the World Bank, and for what specific purposes were these funds allocated for? Was it a grant or a loan? The answer was provided, and the MP reads a response. What was done with the 3 million? Okay, what was done with the 3.1 million, which was intended to restore electricity services to ensure businesses and homes have reliable power? Can this be clarified? Based on the project operations manual, NV G.E.B.E received a grant of 11.6 million in the past. The allocation were for restoring of electrical services, 3.1 million, increasing resilience of water systems, 7.9 million, and updating of G.E.B.E business plan, 0.6 million. Question 2. Also, a former question that was asked about the lifespan of the generator currently in use. It was mentioned that according to the standard and practices, they have a lifespan of 25 to 30 years. 3 production units, 7, 8, and 9, have reached their lifespan. Was at that time the lifespan of engine number 19 also known, or did it just happen during the period of the current Prime Minister? Diesel generator set number 19 was commissioned in 2009 and has been in operation for approximately 15 years. The failure experienced by this production unit is considered a common bearing failure. Question number 3. Also, in that same response of January 2023, the former Prime Minister mentioned that there was collaboration between NRPB and World Bank and that they were working on a plan for a solution. The plan was expected to be ready in the first quarter of 2024. Have you seen that plan? Is it ready? No, I have not seen that plan. I did not, at least. Question number 4. In regard to the current schedule, can we put out an accurate schedule so people can plan their day? Some people were not on the schedule. The answer is NV G.E.B.E has implemented a load-shedding schedule which has been shared with the community through the company's Facebook page and various media outlets. However, there are several factors affecting the accuracy of this schedule, making it challenging to provide precise timings. Question number 5. On the website, there is the option of submitting a claim. Is there any leniency seeing the crisis, and is there any separate way of dealing with claims in regard to damaged goods? NVGB, as answer, has a claim policy in place, and there is only one way of filling a claim. Fill in online, GB sends a technician to the client, technician justifies his findings, and the client is informed. We are currently monitoring the claim amount since the start of this consistent load shedding. Question 6 from MP Jacobs, asking for clarification. The MP had information that other companies reached out to assist NV G.E.B.E within the kingdom, but they did not receive any reaction from G.E.B.E. Is the Prime Minister aware of that? If not, if it can be looked into, why no answer were given to those partners within the kingdom? G.E.B.E communicated with every stakeholder that presented itself. The partners that mentioned on the call that they were able to provide assistance were unable to do so. They, however, did indicate that material and manpower are a possibility. One of the islands connected us to a supplier in Miami. This supplier was part of G.E.B.E.'s procurement process. MP Mingret. Question number 1 from MP Migret. How often are the generators inspected and serviced from G.E.B.E? In the power generation industry, manufacturer of generation equipment provide utility company with maintenance guidelines and schedule based on operating cycles. Therefore, NV G.E.B.E has devised its annual preventive maintenance schedule for various diesel generators. The primary preventive schedule is based on a 1,000 operating hour cycle involving a preventive service typically completed within one business day, being 8 hours. Additionally, a comprehensive preventive maintenance schedule is carried out at every 12,000 hour cycle, during which the engine undergoes complete disassembly and all components are either reconditioned or replaced according to the manufacturer provided measurement protocols. Question number 2. Are there contingency plans in place to minimize power disruption during maintenance periods? The typical contingency plan for most utility companies, including NV G.E.B.E, is based on the N2 reliability criteria. This means that the company ensures redundancy in its power generation system so that they can continue to operate even if two major components fail simultaneously. Implementing N-2 helps ensure grid stability and minimizes the risk of widespread power outages during unexpected events or equipment failure. However, with the lack of timely investments, NV G.E.B.E presently isn't adhering to the criteria. Are there ongoing training programs to keep maintenance team updated on the latest technology and best practices? Yes, such programs are indeed in place within the company. In Phase 1, earlier last year, NV G.E.B.E launched a 4-year customer loyalty program with the engine manufacturer, offering benefits such as a 6% discount on all spare parts and technical field service assistance, and 2 weeks of on-set training for all power plant personnel, leading to certification. In Phase 2, the company plans to send additional personnel to the Wärtsilä Land and Sea Academy in Fort Lauderdale for official certification. Previously, no such program has been implemented. Can G.E.B.E provide an assessment on the district area having power through underground? What is the plan moving forward on having the whole island having power through underground? Currently, G.E.B.E has 95% of its high voltage utility underground, By end of 2025, it will be 100%. As to the low voltage, G.E.B.E. has approximately 80% underground, with the expectations to have 90% underground by the end of 2025. This is part of the Dutch funds provided via the World Bank and RPB project. MP Lacruz. Check what decisions were made, motions taken, page 2 of the National Energy Policy for Country St. Martin, issues the actions. It mentions move away from the usage of diesel and heavy fuel oils for power production. However, G.E.B.E. is taking about bringing in generators. The report also mentioned LNG as an alternative to diesel and heavy fuels. Was such a study ever done, and can we have that study? The Energy Nautics report will provide insight on a short term into the optimal mix for G.E.B.E. going forward. Question 2 from Mr. Lacruz, MP Lacruz. There is a request to bring a transshipment point to St. Martin, which literally means new money coming to St. Martin, where we can use purchase for those that are clean and fuel. There is a request to bring a transshipment point to St. Martin, which means new money coming in for St. Martin. Indeed, NLG is a cleaner fuel source, but to the plant capacity island demands, financially it would not be beneficial to use NLG. Energy experts have determined that LNG production under 150 megawatt is not financially beneficial for the consumers. At this particular moment, G.E.B.E. has only one engine that can optimize by the use of LNG. Who is checking when a barge of fuel finishes at Sol before the new prices are introduced? This has to be looked into. Sol Antilles and NV G.E.B.E. have established working procedures that prioritizes transparency. Sol Antilles NV provides NV G.E.B.E. with a detailed spreadsheet that includes the following information: bill of lading, volumes acquired on the international market, daily tank mutations based on NV G.E.B.E.'s daily fuel oil offtake, and also purchase price markup based on the contractual agreement. These measures ensure clarity and accountability in the fuel acquisition process. These are the answers to the questions that has been posed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for providing those answers. I look to see if we have also received them in writing, or we haven't yet, but I would ask that those be sent on, and I will thank you in advance for that. Of course, now is the opportunity for members of Parliament to pose questions and ask for clarification, make comments, and if I look at the listing, I would invite MP Kotai to take the floor. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Prime Minister, my fellow colleagues, those in the Tribune, and those tuning into the media. Thank you, Prime Minister, once again for providing the immediate and short-term solutions on the floor. Through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, the long-term vision to order 3 generators of 9 megawatts. Each is clear from the DP's position. Regarding to the access of funds, a solution was presented by myself last week, and with receiving further information, reservations can be set in place by proposed budget amendments to utilize the 2024 capital expenditure budget towards this national emergency. Understandably, everyone wants immediate solutions, and I do not want to deviate from the immediate crisis, but want to ensure that we are not standing in this situation again in the coming few years when our current generators age and reach the end of its life. Renewables are definitely the target, but it brings me to some interesting questions after going through such document about this exclusive deal on the table which was signed off by the previous government with Grid Market. For one, Grid Market and Island Resilience Partnership, the IRP, together form a partnership, and the IRP compromising of a public-private partnership. Can more light be shed in the exact structure of this entity and who exactly compromises of the IRP? As per the agreement, St. Martin will make available all relevant and reasonably requested data. Up to now, what data has Grid Market requested and what has been shared? If no data has been shared, what is the role of Grid Market? And if any data has been shared, what is the outcome of that? Per se, data has been collected, and note the agreement was signed back in 2021, as just mentioned by our Prime Minister. I would assume the assessment phase might have long concluded. Grid Market has been granted a latitude in vendor selections. I would like to question what might have inspired the government of the day to grant a broad agreement holding our future energy security via renewables hostage to a private entity. Considering we have a good possibility for solar or wind or waste to energy, I would also like to ask what vendors have been selected, if any, and in what field of renewables. Considering the TNO report commissioned by the Dutch government, which was to assess the needs of the Caribbean countries as they seek to transition to alternative sources of energy, and mentioned the available Dutch funding, which has been presented to the Dutch Second Chamber of Parliament, why are we then overshooting our scope in this and reaching out to private entities? If we have reached out to Grid Market, are we in a position to choose another entity we decide to work with if we assess them to be fiscally and environmentally better suited to our island? Or does Grid Market possess an exclusivity for our country's access to any renewable source? If exclusivity with Grid Market is indeed true, until what date does this exclusivity exist? What was the motivation to sign this exclusivity? Did our island gain any tangible studies or inputs from granting this exclusivity? And with G.E.B.E. being a stakeholder in this agreement, and if the exclusivity agreement doesn't have an expiration date, does it cease to exist on the day the concessions to G.E.B.E. expire in 2035? Has Grid Market shared any draft roadmap to create a comprehensive energy transition, supposedly funded by its donors and or partners? As per Grid Market, they would await government approval to authorize them to formally begin supporting G.E.B.E. and the various ministries with their quest to come up with national renewable energy transformation roadmap. Did the government grant this approval in the past few years? And finally, as understood by the agreement, the St. Martin government would not be making any payment to Grid Market or partners for any of these services. But Grid Market would invite bids through its secure platforms, and when finally the government of St. Martin chooses the winner of the RFP, the winner would then compensate Grid Market. Wouldn't this arrangement leave St. Martin exposed to higher bills in perpetuity, considering the vendor having to pay Grid Market its fee, possibly for the tenure it engages with G.E.B.E. and the St. Martin government? That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
MP Kotai, thank you very much for those questions, and I continue with the MPs who have indicated they would like to speak, and the next one up is MP Marlin. MP Marlin, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Luc Messalina. Good morning to my colleague MPs, and good morning to the persons in the Tribune and those who listen via the different media. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister, you did a rather excellent job this morning in bundling the answers. I heard you give answers from MPs that the MPs didn't ask. So I think you switched up the answers, questions that I asked. You posed it under Mr. La Cruz and others. So it makes me wonder if your presentation that was given this morning wasn't a little bit bungled as well, because during your presentation, a particular MP stormed out of here stating lies, lies. That is pure lies. Then I see other MPs went out to console him, probably to tell him maybe the Prime Minister is mixing up, but let us stay to the script. So I wonder again if the presentation is bundled as well. Then I go back to, I think, one of the first pages on your slide, where it was that you're going to rent between 7 to 10 20-foot containers, generator containers. So an exact number wasn't given. It was given either between 7, 8, 9, or 10. But then when I look further in the presentation, I realized that you had figures. So these figures that we're going to pay on a monthly basis or a total figure that is given, is this based on 7, 8, 9, or 10 generators? Or is it just randomly plugged in to make it look good? Then I heard that included in this rental agreement is personnel. Can you tell me how long this personnel will be here for? Another question, where is these containers, the rented containers, coming from? Is it from Europe? Is it from Miami? When will they be here? I think you mentioned 2 weeks from today, or Monday, yesterday, or next week. During your last presentation, I specifically asked you to share with us the information received from another MP, which we all MPs in here could peruse. You promised that this would be done last week. Last week is over, a new week has begun, and up to now, I haven't seen anything. So probably you give it to the chair, and I didn't receive it as yet, or I'm not aware. That's it for now. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Marlin. I heard your question, and we will look into your question regarding the presentation or the submission by the Prime Minister of the proposal that was handed here publicly in the meeting, and the question was asked whether that can be shared, from what I understood, but I don't know if it came in officially to Parliament. But I'll have your question answered with respect to that proposal that was presented during the earlier part of this meeting. I now continue, and I offer MP Melissa Gumbs the floor. MP Gumbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good morning to my colleagues, those joining us in the Tribune, the Prime Minister, and all listening in. I just have some clarifications, actually, because only one of my questions was answered by the Prime Minister, and it wasn't really answered per se, not in the way that I asked it. So I asked, has there been an investigation into the megawatt requirement of existing developments, those that are under construction, those that are pending, as in they have not yet broken ground? And I'm happy to hear that there's some working procedures now looking to be put into place. But what I was looking for was the megawatt requirement. So how much are these developments that are already there kind of sucking from the grid? And what can we expect for them, for those that are now being built, to suck from the grid after? Because everything has an energy rating and requirement, whether it's a TV, a refrigerator, or a building. I remember once hearing, for example, that AUC itself was about 2 megawatts of consumption. So that's actually the question that I wanted to be answered. And my other question was, where are the container generators coming from? As the speaker before me asked, and as was asked in the previous meeting. So where are they coming from? I saw that the solar company basically is based in Miami, but is there any other country involved basically where these things may be coming from? And then what other policy discussions are happening within your cabinets? That was kind of answered, so you already mentioned that the working procedures are being worked on. So that one you can kind of scratch off. So just the question on where the generator is coming from and the megawatt requirements of what is already here and what is to come. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Gumbs. I now offer the floor to MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning to you, my honorable colleagues, the honorable Prime Minister, his support staff, members that represent G.E.B.E, and a special good morning to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair Lady, I must say, through you, that I can finally breathe a sigh of relief because we received solutions today, potential solutions. What is interesting, though, is that from day one, this is what I mentioned in terms of one of the viable solutions, in terms of containerized generators. So I'm glad that we are reaching somewhere and there's no more doom and gloom. Madam Chair, I have a few questions. I would like for the Honorable Prime Minister, through you, to provide me with all correspondences sent to G.E.B.E to seek approval for building permits to be signed over the last 2 months. So all correspondences that were sent to G.E.B.E to seek approval before signing of building permits over the last 2 months. I also heard a question that was posed by one of my colleagues in the sense of, is there a policy that G.E.B.E has with government to get information on building permits? I heard maybe 5 or 6 minutes of explanation just to say, no, it does not exist. And I'm glad that this rumor is finally put to rest, this rumor that was started by this same government. So again, the chaos and the contradiction continues with where I was concerned. Last but not least, I remember and I know, based on this same energy situation that is taking place right now in terms of demand for energy and not having enough to provide to our current situation, that there's a particular party, a faction, and the PFP faction, they talk about stopping the building permits and all these different things. They have been very adamant on it. And a question posed was, has a decision been taken to revoke and or stop any building permits from being issued? And the answer was given, no decision has been taken. So for me, it's quite confusing if it is clear that you are against development and against based on the point, but no decision has been taken. I would like to get some clarification from the Honorable Prime Minister. Is this even being considered to be done? And based on what grounds, per the building ordinance, will this be executed? Would an entire island-wide building stop take place? Or how does the government see this working out? For now, Madam Chair, that will be my questions and clarifications, and I look forward to the answers if need be. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, MP Doran. I now give the floor to MP Brug. MP Brug, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the presentation, Prime Minister. I just have some follow-up questions. First of all, I would like to firstly thank the G.E.B.E workers, because I have been hearing on the road that there is a reduction of load shedding in certain districts. So for that, I'd like to say thank you. The people really do appreciate that, that ease. Moving forward, I have a following clarification question. When does the countdown begin when it comes to the immediate solution? Does it begin from the signing of the contract, or does it begin when the funds are transferred tomorrow? The people wants to know, when does the countdown begin? I do understand that it takes, according to your presentation, it takes 5 weeks, but let's say 6 weeks, but we want to know 6 weeks from when. The other follow-up question or clarification is, considering the various proposals or for solutions that has been presented here today, who will cover the bill? Who will cover the bill? Will it be passed on to the consumers? And if so, how will it be done? That would be all the questions for now, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Brug. I continue with the members of Parliament who are asking questions and seeking clarifications, and I ask MP, I'm just making sure which MP is up next, and the final count on that is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you. A good morning to the Honorable Prime Minister, my colleagues, those from G.E.B.E and the other spectators, and those that are watching online. Madam Chair Lady, I'm somewhat disappointed with the answers that I received to my questions. And it was funny enough, I know that the Prime Minister felt the same answering them, because he laughed after he did. My question concerning the transshipment point had nothing to do with production of LNG. So when we're talking about production of LNG and price for production LNG, that has nothing to do with a transshipment point of LNG that was requested to come here and be able to bring new monies to the country. Madam Chair Lady, I saw in the presentation that the generators that are going to be here in a few are generators that are still burning on diesel. That takes me back to my first question that I definitely didn't understand the reply to, was where and what have we done with the energy plan that was created before, and where is the study from G.E.B.E. on LNG? Madam Chair Lady, I think this was rather quick, and I'm happy that it happened. A solution came forward, even though I don't agree 100% with it. But I'd like to know if the procedures and what procedures were followed to be able to reach to this point that these specific companies were chosen. Were the load profiles given to these companies? How did we come about that? Madam Chair Lady, I saw an interest rate of 6%. So I definitely would like to know what were the interest rates from the other companies, and have we had any other company ever with a better interest rate than this one? Because at the end of the day, it is the consumers that is going to end up paying this. Madam Chair Lady, we are going to lease or rent generators now, and eventually we are going to lease to own generators. And I maybe missed it, but these generators are also on diesel, which brings me to this that I've mentioned numerous times here and on the floor of Parliament, but also outside. It is the fact that the cruise industry is seeking options for them to be able to plug in into our grid. But plugging in, burning diesel, will still mean that their carbon footprint will remain the same, which makes absolutely no sense to them. And that is why the request to find a cleaner energy that they could use to plug into and bring monies to the country was requested and discussed in every cruise conversion or cruise conference that I have been to in the last 3 years. So we're purchasing something that eventually we can't use, or we will only continue using for local consumption but not to make more monies. Makes absolutely no sense to me. And then the famous words, to me that is rubbish, utter rubbish. For the record, Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to make this statement that I do not believe in any plans with the people's monies that refers to exclusivity on anything. I think we should always have an open market and that there's always competition, because that's how you get better service and better rates and prices. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. And the next MP up to speak is MP Arundel. MP Arundel, you have the floor.
Good afternoon now. Sorry, Prime Minister. Good afternoon, everybody. President. I was kind of late. I didn't get you a full explanation of the presentation, but I received it. I can go over it. But I did send you some questions in writing, though, to G.E.B.E. I didn't know if you received them or not. I did send you questions them in writing. But I got to ask a few of them right now, because some of them you did answer, but some of them you didn't. Basically, I would like to know what's going on with people receiving bills outstanding. It get a load shedding. Some people them is not having current for more than 4 or 5 hours, but yet when they receive a bill, it's ridiculously high. People want to know what's going on. How is that possible? They have no current, but yet the bill is so high. Also, I want to know who is now responsible for the IT environment at G.E.B.E. And are there any reports regarding testing the strength of the IT security at G.E.B.E.? And also, have you sought help from the front side regarding the energy crisis? I heard the crisis that you said you're bringing in the container generators. But also, we have the front side, like, I think it was wrong, Irma time, we had these small generators powering different areas. I know now that they're not using them, so have you reached over there to find out what they are doing with them? And also, for the street lights, you can take out the street lights off the grid too, make them solar panel like the front side. The front side gets solar panels, street lights. Also, when will government provide BTP with the resources to effectively regulate the energy of marketing? And is there a time frame when G.E.B.E. will be able to bill customers correctly as consumers are receiving bills incorrect? What I just said. That's why I sent all these questions already towards to you in writing, but I expect maybe you answer them right now. Also, I hear the solution you have for the containers, but I have to agree now with MP Emmanuel. He gave you a solution. If you want to get from the opposition, one of your own coalition members give you a solution. You are the Prime Minister. We're looking to waste of energy. I find that it's a good idea, but I ain't seen no ideas. Nowhere. You divide, you just going left, right, all over, and you are going directly. The man asking you directly, he give you a solution. I ain't picking up for MP Emmanuel, sorry for that. I just speaking my mind too. Also, how long does government expect to pay these containers and generators like you said? But because you said it there on the... Oh, through you, Madam Chair, sorry. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. My bad. How long is the government expected to pay for these container generators? I see he mentioned in 2 years or so, but would that be final? That would be final, because we will be owning them completely. But if they are diesel, what will be the purpose? After a while, they want to get run down too. For now, that will be it till I get more questions.
Thank you, MP Arundel. Before I continue with the next MP, MP Roseberg, just allow me to adjourn for 2 seconds to allow Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin, who will be joining the Prime Minister and responding to questions that have been noted as her ministry. So just for that transition to another minister, I will adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a very brief adjournment, just to allow Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin to take her seat next to the Prime Minister, as a few questions, not many, have been recorded as being of the Minister of TIAT. But before I give Minister of TIAT the floor, I want to give MP Akim Arundel the floor. He had one additional question or comment to make. So MP Arundel, I give you the floor to do so.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question. Risha, sorry, MP, Minister Heiliger. Yes, so you call it MP all the time, different kind of minister. Sorry, it pertaining to you, have you, the ministry, have they looked into ideas, maybe getting help from the airport or the harbor for
MP?
funds? Yes?
Just a reminder, through the chair.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Through the chair, sorry. Through the chair, have the Ministry of TIAT look into ideas, maybe getting help from the harbor or even the airport with this G.E.B.E crisis? That would be it.
Thank you, MP Arundel. And now I give the floor to MP Roseburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to the Prime Minister and the Minister of TIAT and support staff, to all here present in our Parliament building, the ones listening online, and also blessed afternoon to my colleagues. Through you, Madam Chair, first of all, thank you, Prime Minister, for the presentation. I also have to commend you on staying focused on the bigger picture and not getting distracted. I believe it's not an easy task. And that being said, today you gave the people of St. Martin a concrete plan with deadlines to it. So we have that at this moment and we need to work from there. That being said, I would like to ask in regards to G.E.B.E itself, have there recently been any financials received? If not, when last were there financials received for G.E.B.E? I just would like to know that. Also, in regards to the grid market MOU, can you explain what that exactly means? I myself know that it's a memorandum of understanding, but could you also see it as a formal agreement? Because when I hear of a MOU, and I connect that to a formal agreement, I know you cannot easily come out of an agreement. So I would like to get clarity in that regards, because if there was a MOU signed and there is, in connection to that MOU, exclusivity in regards to that MOU, I would like to get the details of that agreement, and if we need to fear that that exclusivity will remain exclusive to one particular company, especially seeing the presentation that you just gave. You mentioned that you're currently also looking into the alternative options of energy and also working with the World Bank and also with the Netherlands with the Plus Fund, Groei Funds. You mentioned it all in your presentation, but how does that connect to, it's a little noisy out in the public, colleagues, thank you. So in regards to the agreement signed, of the MOU signed, how do you, through you, Madam Chair, look at the possible negotiations in the future, for current negotiations, if there is already some exclusivity given to a particular company, being the grid market? So I would like to get some clarity in that remark, because yes, the lawyer in me kicks in, and if there's an agreement and you want to get out of that agreement, although MOU is not officially an agreement, but there can be consequences to that. And yeah, I understood it was signed already in 2021, so not by yourself. So I would like to get some clarity on that matter through you, Madam Chair. That's it for now. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I continue with the members of Parliament, and I offer the floor to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to my honorable colleagues, honorable Prime Minister, honorable Minister of TIAT, the viewing and listening public. It'll be remiss of me not to say I am extremely happy that we seem to have a solution on the table. I have been one that has been critical about transparency and for us relaying the message to the public of St. Martin as to an immediate solution. So for that, I say kudos, and I'm happy that we can finally see the light. However, it was stated that the reason for this delay is the supervisory board gave an advice on some risk against acting or paying for these generators. Was this provided in writing through you, Madam Chair? If this was provided in writing, can this risk be provided to the members of Parliament, even if confidential, because we do understand the risk? And I look to the director and he's saying, what risk? So then if there were no risk, then why wasn't this course of action taken immediately and now taken 6 to 7 weeks later? Because if there was no risk, then this action could have been taken already. And the 5 to 6 weeks we were waiting could have been done, and we could have been giving the people light. So I was of the opinion that we had to do an analysis, and there was a risk analysis, but since there were no risk, I would like to know why only now then. Number two, when I hear the two MPs of your coalition speak, I had to ask my colleagues if I was in a different meeting. Because when I hear MOU and grid market and lock and exclusivity, I was wondering, okay, I'm in a different meeting. But this is the second time I realized, through you, Madam Chair, certain MPs get information that we don't get. So I don't know what's going on, and I would like for any information, the MOU, to be sent to the members of Parliament. I would like I hear last meeting, the member of Parliament said that they would want APS to deliver $30 million to G.E.B.E. And when today, only today, pricing was given. So I don't know where those prices came from or that amount. And while the APS is not a new solution, this was already presented and offered. For some reason, G.E.B.E turned it down. So I would like, through you, Madam Chair, to know why was the APS offer in 2017, 18, turned down? I was told, through you, Madam Chair, and I stand to be corrected, that is when APS asks for financials to be presented because they're making such an investment. But I look forward to the correct answer, through you, Madam Chair, from the Prime Minister. And if such a deal is to be in place, I would like to ensure that G.E.B.E can pay back such a loan. See, G.E.B.E makes what? Well, supposed to make at least $160 million a year, supposed to. And through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know what is G.E.B.E's annual revenue for the past 3 years to ensure that they can pay back. Because, again, this reminds me of a SZV saga, whereby when SFA used to be financially stable, it was always easy to say, loan from SFA, loan from SFA, loan from SFA, and look where we are today, with our pension fund being in jeopardy, whereby the age of pension is raising every couple of years. So the one healthy pension fund that is left, yes, APS is to make investments, but I need to ensure that G.E.B.E can repay those investments. G.E.B.E is the sole provider of energy, but yet we hear financial complaints. And I know when I was sitting in the Council of Ministers, through you, Madam Chair, G.E.B.E gave an extreme explanation or extreme caution for their financials. Also, an extreme amount owed to SOL, to the point that there were even almost threats of SOL taking action. So again, I say all this to say, while the APS, I will not say it's a bad idea. I will not support it until G.E.B.E can provide me a viable and reasonable and a realistic way on how they can pay back such a loan. Because we have an ENIA crisis with pension, a SZV crisis with pension, and lo and behold, I'll be damned if we allow an APS crisis. So I look forward to the answers of those questions, Madam Chair. Well, through you, Madam Chair, from the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP La Cruz, you have an additional question or comment to make? Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And just to highlight this fact that I think we're not paying attention to, is that this whole plan includes a $65 million per year in fuel. So it might look nice and cheap, but it is not. It is not, it is not, it is not. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. And members of Parliament, for right now, there is another speaker, and we have MP Jacobs. But before I give MP Jacobs the floor, I need to clarify actually what was the question before and the two questions before. One, the members of Parliament, this is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, we have not received officially as Parliament to be distributed the proposal that was handed to you in the meeting by MP Emmanuel. So that was, I remember we had a little discussion about it, and it was asked if it can be shared. Both you and the Member of Parliament consented to that, but an additional question was raised at the time, and that was what about the other proposals? So that's where it remained hanging a little. That's on the part of the proposal by an MP in the meeting the last time around. Secondly, I want to inform the members of Parliament that just earlier today, we received the MOU for grid market. I received the MOU for grid market, and just to make sure, I asked if I received that to be shared, and the response was yes, so that will be passed on to be shared, the MOU of grid market. So, well, not really a point of order, but you may ask your question. Yes. Yeah. Hold on there.
So this MOU is still to be shared with the members of
Yes,
Parliament?
it is.
But then then members of Parliament have extensive insight on the MOU. So I asked through you, Madam Chair, then was this not only sent to you, but sent to specific members of the coalition? Because I hear them specifically in this meeting speaking in depth about this MOU.
What I do know, MP, is that I have received it, and I asked the question to be shared with Parliament, and that's the MOU, and the answer was yes, and I shall do so. Oh yes, and we have MP Silveria Jacobs, but before I continue with MP Jacobs, I just need to confirm, Prime Minister, the document, the MOU with grid market, that I just confirming that can be shared with the members of Parliament, because I have been hearing that is supposed to be members. There is supposed to be an NDA, but that does not affect the MOU. Am I to understand it correctly? I just want, okay. Prime Minister, please.
Yes. The non-disclosure agreement is loose from the content of the MOU.
Gotcha.
So the
Clear.
MOU can be seen.
Which you have done.
Yes, yes,
at least
so,
with me.
Yeah, I send
Okay.
it with a request now to give it to the members of
So
Parliament.
this one will be passed on to
Yes.
our staff,
Yes.
and then it
and
will
the
follow.
other two, about the companies, I'm sending it now to the Secretary General with request to pass it on to all members of Parliament. Yeah, I send it now. Yeah?
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that clarification. We are in a central committee meeting, but if you request, if you can make a point, I will allow that, because we can have that. So I guess that's what you want to do, MP Brugge. You want to make a point, because I have the speakers, and MP Jacobs will be the next speaker. So do you wish to speak again, or do you just wish to make a point on the discussion? You go right ahead, MP Brugge.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. I just want to be clear. Is it all the different companies that put in for bid are going to be sent to Parliament, or just the ones that were selected? That's the only clarification I would like on the response from the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, could you respond to that Now, please.
I am the shareholder rep of a company. In the corporate governance, this is very detailistic information on management level, and there is also a supervisory board that I supervise. These are very technical, detailistic information on managerial level. So I cannot, as such, in my corporate governance status that I'm functioning, I cannot give answer to detailistic information about comparison studies made between the different companies. That is something from management. I can, through the supervisory board, I can do that request and see if I can get that information. Okay.
Prime Minister, may I suggest that in the context of this point, because we have a proposal that was presented to you by a member of parliament, can I confirm that that was also sent to G.E.B.E.? Okay. Yeah, I want to make a point, because this about getting to sending these documents to Parliament in the context of how they were used or reviewed by G.E.B.E, we need to make sure that we as Parliament do not find ourselves in a situation where we could get one and not the others. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to offer you the time to, after this, discuss it with G.E.B.E as you suggested, and just make sure that what we got, I don't want to receive documentation in Parliament to then understand we should not have had it because it's part of ongoing negotiations and discussions.
Yeah.
That's what I want to avoid.
Yeah.
Members of Parliament, could you just give us a chance to make sure we get this matter clear? So if you could just do that, the question by MP Brugge is clear about which ones and stuff like that. Whatever you can share and however, I would ask you, pertaining to the proposals, that's what we're talking about, I will ask you to do so.
No problem.
But you said you wanted to discuss with the management of G.E.B.E in the context of whatever negotiations or agreements already reached. So just that that's your responsibility, Prime Minister, and I look forward to that. MP Otley, you also wish to make a remark in this context? Madam Chair. Please go ahead.
So I thank you for your advice, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Parliament, because when you speak and advise, you advise on behalf of Parliament to make things easier. But I would like to say, at the time when PM Silveria Jacob, Prime Minister Jacobs would sit over there, or me as a minister, and we would say that there's certain information that can't be shared. There will be certain members of the opposition that would say that's crazy, that's utter rubbish. So for me, I would say that the member of Parliament is requesting information. I do think that that information should and can be shared. It can be shared confidentially, but not to be said that it cannot be shared. This is a government-owned company. The job of Parliament is to supervise and ensure that government stays in line. So we would like, I would second that the information that MP Brugge is asking for is sent to Parliament or sent to us. I don't agree with it being said that you can't.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you wonderful members of Parliament. I am saying to the Prime Minister, he is responsible for this information. And if Prime Minister and G.E.B.E decide that it cannot come to Parliament, that is what has to be told to Parliament. I don't want the position of Parliament compromised in any way. If it is the suggestion that this be confidential, Prime Minister, then you can request that. You can send all of the documentation to Parliament with that request. You've heard that this is not a matter of who is proposing, seconding, and thirding, and all of those things, but we will try to get the information. I just don't believe that we should be getting half of any information. If we are going to get an overview of the proposals, then it's either all, because or basically none. Otherwise, we'll be comparing something with nothing and nothing with something. But Prime Minister, the request from members of Parliament is for the proposals that have been submitted to G.E.B.E. These were reviewed and analyzed, I hope, by G.E.B.E. And the request from Parliament is that all, not only the one of the member of Parliament, all of them be shared. And I put that request with you I put that request with you. Members of Parliament, as far as that matter is concerned, I want to continue with the speakers list. MP Marlin, you want to make one more comment on this matter of reports? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I must second what you just said, where you said that as Parliament, you want to receive all the information and not half the information. So I would also like to suggest that Parliament, meaning the members of Parliament, all of us receive information and not only a selected few, which when I hear them read, it clearly states that only a few got information and not all of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you for that seconding, which I don't. Thank you, MP. Marlin, for your comments. And now we continue, and I ask MP Jacobs, or I give the floor to MP Jacobs. MP Jacobs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's interesting to note, let me say first, good afternoon. It's afternoon to one and all, to my colleagues here, you, Madam Chair, the Griffier, and of course the honorable ministers, including the Prime Minister and the representatives of NV G.E.B.E. and the public in the Tribune, as well as those following this broadcast. Madam Chair, I am also very, let's say, happy to have seen a presentation as to the solutions moving forward for the immediate, short, medium, and long term, to see the plans or the possible plans of NV G.E.B.E. with the support of the government of St. Martin. I believe that it is a bit disingenuous, or a lot disingenuous, to only put a quote that would spark the necessary controversy regarding the MOU of Grid Market. As a government of St. Martin representative up until 2024, May 2nd to be exact, I have been as transparent as I could be in representing what government's intentions were. But let me be clear for the public, because we can say we're not playing politics with this energy crisis, but it is clear that politics is being played. So, Madam Chair, through you, I would like the Honorable Prime Minister to go to his staff at the departments of Buck and G.E.B.E., Kingdom Relations and Foreign Affairs, who were the ones that brought the information that they gathered when they traveled as the government of St. Martin to Samoa prior to Sylveria Jacobs and any Jacobs cabinet sitting and coming with proposals following the Samoan pathway, a whole conference on energy, as Samoa is an island in the Pacific, small island developing state, just like St. Martin. And we share more in common with these islands that are also facing the threats of climate change. And even though we were in the midst of recovery from COVID-19, I thought it pertinent that we look urgently towards solutions to move towards renewable and sustainable energy. As such, I wholeheartedly embrace the proposals that came from these two departments within the Ministry of General Affairs. Madam Chair, I would like the Prime Minister to find out and not just review a two-page document that has been reviewed by the Department of Legal Affairs that went through a process, also including the Council of Ministers and His Excellency the Governor, before we signed off, as well as the roadmap that ensued out of it. It went through all the processes necessary within government. So please include that in your review to the public, because it is very disingenuous indeed to print one sentence out of it without mentioning that this MOU or partnership was to help St. Martin to transition to low-cost, carbon-free future, that it was done to ensure that it would be data-driven with predictive analytics and use a machine learning platform to catalyze clean, resilient energy transitions for governments, companies, and institutions through data intelligence, strategic planning, and an innovative marketplace and financing platform. Like my colleague mentioned, who sat in the Council of Ministers and was privy to this information, it is clear that this information was shared with more than Madam Chair in this meeting, because it was delved into quite deeply by another member of Parliament, whom I asked outside, were you privy to this information? And he concurred, yes, but it will be shared. Madam Chair, that is not how Parliament is supposed to operate. And I know that initially this meeting was requested to be a closed-door meeting. And if that was done so that information could be shared, let's say transparently with the members of Parliament, then let it be so. Let parts of it be so that all of us could get the pertinent information. We've seen the plan, we have the projections of cost, we know what can and cannot happen, we know where the resources are, and if we're gonna play politics, I can also bring up why we now have access to those resources. But that's not what I am here, Madam Chair, and I will delve into it once we get the rest of the information that I've requested, because to throw rocks at the former Prime Minister and government is to throw rocks at the hard-working civil servants who work diligently to help us find solutions. And as government is continuous and you do not agree with the MOU presented before you, nor the roadmap, nor does G.E.B.E agree to work along with a roadmap that government has signed on to, do your due diligence and find another solution. But also live with the repercussions of it. Because said MOU also said that following the initial data collection, aggregation, and assessment phase, St. Martin and Grid Market will work together in good faith to determine the plan and terms governing the development of a comprehensive energy transition plan. It also mentioned that should the plan come out, that there would be exclusivity. It's all the way at the bottom. But I think it's disingenuous to speak of one part of an agreement, not talk about the goal of the agreement, not talk about the aspects that would be benefiting St. Martin, and then you're hearing all types of topics, Madam Chair, that would appear that the same as the E+ Growth Fund and others that we, the same Jacobs government, work diligently with BZK and AZK to secure for St. Martin, that wouldn't be included. But of course, that's why wholeheartedly all of the discussions we have within a kingdom are aimed at the entire kingdom moving towards sustainable energy. And any assistance that St. Martin could get via those funds would of course diminish any loans, any financing that would be needed from third parties. So let's not play politics with information. If there is information such as what was just discussed that could be damaging to G.E.B.E's business case, further financial information, and all of the possibilities that exist, then once this meeting is over, Madam Chair, I would like to suggest that we do have a closed session so that there could be good transparency for the people of this Parliament who are elected to represent and hold governments accountable to get all of the information, and that we do not cherry pick with the information that we're giving to the public and creating scenarios that are not accurate. Madam Chair, as MP Marlin also mentioned, some of the questions were confused, and I did hear a response to one of my questions, but it didn't go into the details that I had asked for. So like another MP, I would like some further explanation, and if it cannot be done in an open session, then say so, and we do it behind closed doors. But I wanted to know, based on the status or the state of our grid, what it would take to transition to alternative energies. So I know that the company that that G.E.B.E is being assisted with through a trust fund has or should have, and probably, hopefully will finalize their report within short. And if that's when we have to wait for it, fine. But I would like to know what is the process, because several proposals were made. And my concern is, Madam Chair, are we going to invest as NV G.E.B.E with government's approval in 3 new engines to replace 27 megawatts in 2 years, while other alternatives are also possible within 2 years? If we are serious about the energy transition, why, I need to know technically, financially, and every other way, why we would still invest in 3 new engines to continue with the perpetration of the fossil fuels being used, which we are 100% using at the moment, while then 27 kilowatts or megawatts, sorry, would be able to be generated in another fashion. Again, based on the roadmap, which I hope can also be shared confidentially if necessary, the energy transition roadmap that was prepared as a result of the MOU, I hope that is also shared. So we all have all the information before we move forward and take decisions that would bind us to more fossil fuel energy production, and not looking forward with vision, as has been bandied about in this floor for so long in the last couple of weeks, in line with the vision of our country to move towards transition. I need to be explained, and I think the people need to be explained, that while yes, we need diesel generators for the short, for the immediate, to ensure our people have light, current, that the streets are not dark, that proposals for solar panel street lights, those were also put forward in the past. Where is that in the projection moving forward? Where is the projection of the big companies that I see are agreeing to, and I'd like to see that agreement as well, be partially off the grid in terms of at particular hours to minimize outages that would be necessary or load shedding that would be necessary? What is the risk if these companies now decide, if this is how it's going to be, I'm going to go 100% off the grid? What is the risk to the financial bottom line of NV G.E.B.E? I have seen that if I look at the financials that were presented over the various pages in the presentation, 1.9 plus million for the immediate, 7.7 plus for the medium or short medium, and 42 million for the longer term for the replacement of the three engines. And for me, I am 100% that we need to do something, and we should have done it 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago if these things were possible. Okay, 6 weeks from now or from Wednesday, we can see some results. Great. However, that 42 million is a big concern for me. That 42 million for another diesel engine that will be just like the latest ones bought, compatible with LNG, but then hearing that, oh no, we can't do LNG for other reasons. Please, let us have a full assessment of all, and I believe the roadmap had 3 or 4 options. Waste to energy was mentioned, LNG was mentioned, and the machines are LNG compatible. So explain why that then is not being looked at instead of purchasing 3 engines. So put a side-by-side comparison for me, please. I think that would then help people to understand for the long run how it is done, and also when presenting the financials, if I may, Madam Chair, through you, to ask that they present a financial picture on a page by itself, so that we can say this part we can finance this way, this part we can get a loan for, and the next part is for the longer term, and partially through the SDE, partially through other financing, et cetera, et cetera. So just to get a clear overview for the people of St. Martin. Let me double check to make sure. What else? I think that's it in terms of my comments and questions, as well as clarifications at this point, Madam Chair. And I would like to request that moving forward, that we do adhere to that statement that many have made here, that we do not politicize something that is so important for our people and for which all of us want to see a positive result for the people of St. Martin. And whoever decides to do it still, the people are watching and they can determine. So run with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Jacobs. Prime Minister, I saw you raised your hand, and that was to make a comment because I still have some speakers, and I want to adjourn this meeting after the next speaker, and then to resume at about 2:30. So Prime Minister, you wanted to make a comment? No, the Prime Minister does not want to make a comment. Okay, you want to make a comment, and Minister of TIAT, Minister Heiliger, you wanted, you asked your question, Minister of TIAT, so that, okay, you may continue making your point, Prime Minister.
For clarity's sake, I would like to make a statement here that as Prime Minister of St. Martin, I did not share no document of grid market to no coalition partner and or a member of parliament. It's after this morning that there was a request for a memorandum. I just sent it to the President of Parliament with a request, please to share it. But for clarity's sake, this Prime Minister never shared a grid market document to a coalition member or a member of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that comment. And once again, members of Parliament, after the next speaker, and the next speaker is MP Emmanuel, I will adjourn until 2:30 this afternoon. So I now offer the floor to MP Christophe Emmanuel. Just 1 minute, MP Emmanuel. I am getting a comment from MP Jacobs. MP Jacobs, you have a comment to make?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Since I allowed all the others to interject before I spoke, I'm happy that I also have that opportunity. In response to what the Honorable Prime Minister just mentioned, I didn't call names because at the end of the day, anybody listening to the meeting would know who was delving into the MOU and asking questions as to the facts. But Madam Chair, I'm very concerned about how members of Parliament supporting this government, you said you just received it, but Madam Chair, I'd like some clarity as to how that member of Parliament was able to access that information in time to prepare an in-depth question, series of questions. And I have no issue with the questions. I just have issues with access to information and the transparency to the entire Parliament, as well as, Madam Chair, that I noted that the Minister was asking to respond to her questions before we broke, and I would like to ask the Chair Lady if that would be possible, so that if we have clarifications that we can prepare those as well. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Jacobs. I heard your comment, of course, and your question at the end, and that's regarding the answers to be provided by Minister Heiliger. And I also know that both ministers here need to leave in a while, and that's why I included that in the adjournment. So whether the minister is indicating she has, this is Minister Heiliger, has answers to 3 questions posed. Members of Parliament, let us allow the minister to give those quick and brief answers, and then we take them along in our further deliberations. We take the answers along. So MP Christophe Emmanuel, if you just allow that, please, because you were actually the next speaker. Thank you. Minister Heiliger.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Again, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to our Secretary General. Good afternoon to the members of Parliament, my colleague Minister, Minister of General Affairs, Prime Minister, and those listening, viewing online, and sitting in the tribune. I have 3 questions. It's mainly just an update questions. And my first one was from the Chair Lady herself, MP Westcott Williams. And to summarize her question, it was regarding MP Westcott Williams asked to review the government's answers from January 2024, which is on the document IS 345. She also asked about the role of BTP as a regulator body, that a memorandum of MOU was signed between BTP and the government in 2017, and that government's answer indicated that the process was not completed and that it is under review by the Minister of TIAT in collaboration with BTP. The MP also requests further information on this status. To recap, in 2017, the Ministry of TIAT, my answer to you, Madam Chair Lady, along with VROMI, commissioned a BTP to conduct market research and update the energy policy. The goal was to develop recommendations on how best to assign the regulatory task to BTP for the utility sector. Based on information provided by BTP, BTP submitted a findings report to former Minister of TIAT along with their recommendations. The BTP has then sent several reminders requesting decisions and official approval to proceed, but unfortunately no response has been received. In order to appoint BTP as the regulatory body for utility sector, an amendment to the Landsverordening is required, and currently BTP is not performing as any regulatory activity over not over the utility sector, and this has not been done for the past couple of years, so we're still looking into following up on that Landsverordening. My next question was from MP Artwell Arian. He stated, and to summarize, it was that G.E.B.E is requesting that big hotels and big developers to potentially come off the grid if they have generators that can sustain them, or if they have solar panels. The MP also knows that in the past that there were an issue with the same developers and that they asked to stay on the grid. He also stated that you are going, and I think he mentioned this to the Prime Minister, you are going reverse of the policy of G.E.B.E, and what about the individuals which means that they're I don't understand the question, but something along the lines of getting off the grid so that they can put the energy back into the grid, and what options that we have as an incentive for regular homeowners and big hotels, and as well as not only the big hotels. So my answer to MP Arian is that the government recognizes the potential of solar energy and its role to achieving a more sustainable future for St. Martin. We are committed to exploring ways to encourage residents and businesses to adopt this technology. We have initiated internal talks regarding policies that can be implemented to incentivize individuals and businesses who want to install solar power. And one such policy being explored is the net metering, allowing homeowners with solar panels to sell excessive electricity they generate back to the grid, so receiving a credit on their electricity bill. We are still in the early stages of this discussion, but we are actively considering various initiative program. My next question is from MP La Cruz. I also have a fourth question, but that was from MP Akim Arundel. But my next question from MP La Cruz, the MP wanted an investigation to take place into the price gouging of salt, and the MP wanted the Minister of TIA to look into this. The government has planned for audits across various sectors, and G.E.B.E.'s fuels cost model, specifically the fuel cost, and it's likely to be included. This audit could provide transparency into price structure and understanding the fuel clause in G.E.B.E.'s pricing structure, and that too is very important. This clause reflects the impact of global fuel price fluctuation on the final cost of electricity to the consumers. And my last question I received earlier was from MP Arundel regarding discussions on behalf of the airport and the harbor regarding G.E.B.E. And no, MP Arundel, we have not had any official discussions with the airport and the harbor regarding G.E.B.E. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister Heiliger Martin, for those answers. Of course, if members would have taken note, and if anything further, questions or clarifications can be asked. I now want to give the floor to MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, sorry, to everyone. All the honorables and everyone, good afternoon. Madam Chair, just for the record, I was not one of them who said I will not politicize this crisis or situation, because I will. So for whoever said that they wasn't going to do it, that's on them, or that's their issue. But I'm going to politicize it well. And keep your blessings to yourself. I think you probably need them more than I do. Madam Chair Lady, you know, as I was listening to everything, I sat here and I say, how am I going to start? Or where to tackle it or take it from? And Madam Chair, I would sit here and the former Prime Minister would walk in and I would say, you know, in some way or somehow, try to feel for the individual, because all the answers that she would give back to us was coming from G.E.B.E. But Madam Chair, the vigor that those answers would come would tell me, no, don't feel for her. No, don't do it. Because you would swear that they're her answers. But I'm sitting here, Madam Chair, and it's like deja vu. Because now we have the Honorable Prime Minister, that I am part of the coalition, come in and giving answers, and they're all from G.E.B.E., and the Prime Minister is saying them with the same vigor. So I want to ask my first question to the Honorable Prime Minister. Do you believe it? Do you believe the answers that you received from G.E.B.E.? Madam Chair, when I look at the presentation, we are talking almost the end of July for a solution, you know. Madam Chair, I am asking the question again. So, for all the companies, all that was said, everything that was mentioned in the presentation, where's the assessment for it? Who made the assessment for it? Because the Honorable Prime Minister said, Energy Natics or whoever reviewed this and refused that. I know that came from G.E.B.E. saying it. I want to ask the Honorable Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, did you see any proposal whatsoever from G.E.B.E. to Energy Natics to review all of this information? Have you seen anything? Have they presented anything to you in black and white? That, you know what, we called up or we informed or we asked our Energy Natics to review all of this. I want to ask through you, Madam Speaker, has the Prime Minister seen anything of such? Or is it that he's just going based on what was told to him from G.E.B.E.? I've said it in the last discussion when we were here, Madam Chair, that I don't believe nothing that comes from NV G.E.B.E. And I still, up to this present day, don't believe it. I've also said to the Honorable Prime Minister, remove the board fast, quick. And also the temporary manager, remove them quick. I've also said that. Madam Chair, maybe others don't want to politicize it, but I will. We are in an election period, a snap election. This is going to be dragged out, wear down, run down all the way to election. Opposition is going to take it, put it on a chain, hang it around our necks, and blame us for it. Do you know why, Madam Chair? Because we are the ones responsible for a solution and getting it done now. So all the this midterm, this and quick that, and all those sort of things, what's the solution? What's the solution? That proposal? That proposal is a solution, Madam Chair. So we have a solution, which is the now solution or the near solution that comes up to 1.9 million something. Then we have a midterm solution that comes up to 7 million something. That's almost 9 million. And then we have the permanent solution of the generators. That's 42 million, Madam Chair Lady. So we are looking over 50 million. 50 million. Madam Chair, but something got to be wrong, or I am the one mistaken, because this government is speaking as if they have a 4-year term. I stand to be corrected. So, Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, is it so that the whole Council of Ministers is in agreement and they approve this solution from G.E.B.E? I want to know, Madam Chair Lady, I want to know if the Minister of Finance is in agreement with it. I want to know if the Minister of Justice and also the hardest working Minister of ECYS is in agreement with it. I want to know if the Minister of TIAT is in agreement with it. I want to know if the Minister of VSA is in agreement with it. I want to know if the Minister of VROMI, all the ministers, is in agreement. Do you have their blessings and agreement based on this solution from G.E.B.E? I want to know, Madam Chair, if the Prime Minister, if the Honorable Prime Minister, have the blessing from the whole Council of Ministers on this temporary solution. I want to know, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair, as I listen to the presentation, I've lost all confidence in G.E.B.E. All. And Madam Chair, let me explain why. Let me explain why, Madam Chair. And I can mention thousands of reasons why. But Madam Chair, the financial statements, the previous Parliament, Madam Chair, under the last government, when asked Parliament in a meeting with G.E.B.E to provide the current status of the financial statements, especially since 2019, was completed under Ms. Daniel and Timmer. Since then, a year plus, Madam Chair, has passed. Madam Chair, I was told that NV G.E.B.E, they are now working, and in fact, the financial statements for 2020 was already in draft, and 2021, Madam Chair, has yet to be closed off. I want to know, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Honorable Prime Minister, if that is true. What is interesting, Madam Chair, is that our current COM requested a financial statements for the year 2020 that supposedly was in draft. 2021, 2022, and 2023. And not being surprised, Madam Chair, G.E.B.E presented in-house figures and not audited financial figures. Furthermore, Madam Chair, because of the billing issue and collections, the year 2022 and 2023 has yet to be closed off. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, do you know that? Good. Then if that is the case, Madam Chair, because the Prime Minister just nodded his head and said, yes, if that is the case, Madam Chair, then what financial statements has G.E.B.E presented to the government? What year? Which one, Madam Chair? Because if they are yet to be closed off, how can you present them? How can you present them, Madam Chair? So what was presented to the government, Madam Chair Lady? So basically, Madam Chair, it's safe to say that no financial statement for the year 2020, 2021, 2022, and now 2023 has been audited, has been done. Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair, I want to go a bit even further, and I'll tell you why also. Madam Chair, G.E.B.E financial situation in Parliament under the last government, Madam Chair, NV G.E.B.E informed government that their cash flow was positive. Those were there was, I can go back, Madam Chair, and I can pull that up. G.E.B.E. said to the people of St. Martin, to the government, and also to the members of parliament that their cash flow was positive. In fact, Madam Chair, they managed to create a reserve. Up to present, or should I say, I have yet to be made aware of how much is that reserve and where it is. Madam Chair, because currently G.E.B.E. cash flow is approximately 12 to 13 million, Madam Chair. And please correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, Madam Chair, let me break it down. Let me break it down. Currently in Republic Bank, Madam Chair, in G.E.B.E. dollar account, NV G.E.B.E. has $1 million and change. Not forgetting the $6 million in term deposit. Madam Chair, that's a fact. In Gilda's account at Republic Bank, Madam Chair, it's below $1 million guilders. In fact, G.E.B.E. has approximately 900,000 guilders. At WIB, Madam Chair, G.E.B.E. in Gilda's account currently has 1 million guilders. And in the dollar, as of yesterday, they have $200,000. Madam Chair, I challenge G.E.B.E. to say that this is not true. Madam Chair lady. Madam Chair, RBC, less than 1 million in both dollar and guilder account. First Caribbean Bank, G.E.B.E. has a below $1 million in their account. Banco de Caribe, G.E.B.E. has below $1 million as well. So, Madam Chair, it's fair to say G.E.B.E., the sole monopoly electricity company, only has approximately 12 million in their account. And we are officially in a hurricane season. So again, I am asking, through you, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Speaker, to our Honorable Prime Minister, where's the reserve? Where's the reserve, Madam Chair lady? Is it really a reserve, Madam Chair? Or is it just to mislead the people? Where is the reserve? Madam Chair, listening to the PowerPoint agreement, which listed the down payment G.E.B.E. has to pay, including the monthly payment. However, I would like to ask, can G.E.B.E. carry it? Especially since the crisis team is still on payroll. The PR marketing contract, still there, at the amount of 6,000 guilders, $6,000. And I know my colleague MP Marlin would know who that person is. Madam Chair lady. Amongst others, all the consultants that are also on payroll. Madam Chair. You see, Madam Chair, it's easy for G.E.B.E. to say something because they know that the Honorable Prime Minister don't know. And he's accepting it as it is. And I am saying to the Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Don't believe them. And the latest G.E.B.E., Madam Chair, that was hit with another heavy blow is that the former temporary manager, Dr. Shireen Daniel, won her case, 10 out of 11 case, in which the highest court in Curacao, consisting of 3 judges, reinstated her immediately throughout the whole entire case, including $65,000 report G.E.B.E. spent on the company DCCR with the intention to discredit the internal auditor. In addition to that, Madam Chair, the appeals court increased Daniel's daily penalty from 200 guilders a day to $1,000 a day. Madam Chair, I would like to ask, Madam Chair, through you, can G.E.B.E. carry paying Daniel's $30,000, $30,000 a month next to her salary and benefits, Madam Chair lady? But yet, the board and the temporary manager is still there. is still there. Madam Chair, you can't make this up now. I know my colleague minister going to scoff at this a little bit, but I got to throw it out. But no hard feelings to the Honorable Minister Grisha. No hard feelings whatsoever. But Madam Chair, we run up by the harbor, we point at a crane, we see the crane need maintenance, we got on hard hat, you know, we got on the bright colors to show. The one company that seems to be stabilized or working or doing a little well, but we pointing out and we saying what's wrong with it. But Madam Chair, the two worst companies in this country, the airport and G.E.B.E., the managers and them still there. They're still there. They're still there. You can't make it up, Madam Chair. You can't make it up. Madam Chair, let me explain to the people of St. Martin what is really wrong and how it works. Because again, these are the questions the people of St. Martin want to know. Madam Chair, how the crankshaft just get mashed up just so? Just so. Madam Chair, when we were small, all of us had these little logo or Lego blocks. We used to build all certain things. G.E.B.E. is not a Lego block, Madam Chair. It's not a little house that was built just yesterday. So the question is asked is this: would this have happened if Lambert was there? Would this have happened if the deceased gentleman was here? Would this have happened if Maduro was there? Would this have happened if Giovanni was there? Absolutely not. It wouldn't have happened. Madam Chair, the crankshaft, the engine gives off a signal which is called oil mist. Madam Chair, this is when you do your work. This is when you do your work so you could come and you could present to the people of St. Martin what is happening and what is going on. Not just listen to what G.E.B.E. tell you. Madam Chair, the engine gives off a signal which is called the oil mist detector. As a result, Madam Chair, the engine will automatically stop itself. It's basically a protection that releases the engine off the grid, Madam Chair. Now, according to G.E.B.E. procedure, it has to leave the engine to cool off and execute an inspection of the crankshaft. Madam Chair, if nothing is found, then normally the engine is reset and restarted. However, please correct me if I'm wrong through you, Madam Chair. If I am wrong, is it true that G.E.B.E. did not execute a thorough inspection of all the bearings? And Madam Chair, through you, I would like to caution the Prime Minister in the answer he's going to give to this question. So by cautioning the Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, I would say to the Honorable Prime Minister, caution the board and G.E.B.E. too as well in the answer that they're going to give you, because I have the answer. So tell them to come good, come correct with the answer that they're going to give you in relation to this. So I repeat, if I am wrong, is it true that G.E.B.E. did not execute a thorough inspection of all of the bearings? Madam Chair Lady. Furthermore, Madam Chair, is it true that the real reason the crankshaft was damaged extremely because of the oil mist detection procedure was ignored? You see, I've given away the answer. Was ignored. The crankshaft was extremely damaged. Please tell the truth. Was this simply negligence, which now will cause G.E.B.E. an arm and a leg, basically considering the crankshaft on its own is approximately $1.5 million without labor? Madam Chair, the PM should have had the internal audit advice of SOB not to purchase the engine. I would like to know, Madam Chair, if he have documentations of such. I would like to know. Madam Chair, it was said that the internal audit advised SOB not to purchase the engine. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm asking the Honorable Prime Minister Do you have documentations to prove that was said by the internal audit to SORB? I would like to know, Madam Chair, because you can't just come and say something and you can't prove it. Madam Chair, I'm watching the time, and I'm going to be generous and stop early, but I got to get into this grid market thing, Madam Chair. And when they say don't politicize, no?
No, MP, no, I'm not telling you don't get into it. I'm asking if because we're in a CC.
Because of time?
Yeah, no, we're in a CC, so you could get back to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Madam Chair, I'm done on a roll.
Okay,
I can't
okay,
stop now.
If you could just take the time for us into consideration.
Yeah, I'm going to take the time, and this is going to be my last, but I can't stop now. Madam Chair, you see when the former government walk in and speak so highly of grid market and speak so this and grid market is this, and Madam Chair, and these are the things the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers should know about. Madam Chair, I want to read this letter. Ministry of General Affairs, attention, Prime Minister Silveria Jacobs, Government Administration Building, Phillipsburg, your reference, dated March the 30th, 2022, subject, information request, grid market. It means, Madam Chair, that the Council of Ministers through the Prime Minister requested information from G.E.B.E. for grid market. And this is what was said, Madam Chair. And Prime Minister, get your hand on the document. It's booked into Div. Madam Chair, it said, Dear Prime Minister Jacobs, in 2021, NV G.E.B.E. received a request for information in respect of the production and distribution of electricity on St. Martin from Grid Market, LLC Grid Market. If I understood correctly or understand correctly, Grid Market is engaged to facilitate and accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy, the Clean Energy Initiative, through its platform, in collaboration with the Island Resilient Partnership. In response to this information request, I would like to inform you as follows. It goes on to say, are you aware G.E.B.E. has an exclusive concession for the production and distribution of electricity on St. Martin? Pursuant to that concession, any investment in the production and distribution network requires a public tender. Madam Chair, public tender. Madam Chair, through you, please ask our Prime Minister to get his hand on this document. It goes on to say, Madam Chair, in addition, the concession stipulates that G.E.B.E. may not share any confidential data and or information with third parties. As concessionaire, G.E.B.E. is legally bound by the provisions of the concession and cannot deviate from it. It goes on to say, Madam Chair, correctly, G.E.B.E. is not in process of, G.E.B.E. is not in the process of organizing a tender for the production of electricity. If and when G.E.B.E. organizes such a tender, it will reach out to qualified potential contractors and or service providers and will disclose relevant information related to that tender procedure. Given Grid Market's engagement, G.E.B.E. is happy to consider to include Grid Market in the list of applicants for such a tender. When organized, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, do you know of any tender that was done or organized by G.E.B.E. for Grid Market to have gotten an exclusive concession from the previous government? I want to know, Madam Chair. It goes on to say, Madam Chair, moreover, G.E.B.E. has not yet received an official introduction or request from the government of St. Martin regarding a potential cooperation between G.E.B.E. and Grid Market for a specific aspect of the electricity production which is covered by the concession. Madam Chair, all correspondence G.E.B.E. has received has been from the department head of Interior and Kingdom Relations and Grid Market. It goes on to say, Madam Chair, in August last, to better understand the objective, G.E.B.E. requested to receive the Memorandum of Understanding as entered into by the government of St. Martin, the Island Resilient Partnership and Grid Market. While we understand and appreciate your particular interest in set the Clean Energy Initiative in motion, given the applicable legal framework and the lack of formal engagement between G.E.B.E. and Grid Market, G.E.B.E. is currently not in a position to provide any confidential information to Grid Market. But they have an MOU, Madam Chair. So that means they received confidential information. It goes on to say, the rules as laid down in the concession do not allow it. So something went wrong somewhere. However, a sign of support for Clean Energy Initiative, G.E.B.E. is willing to provide Grid Market with publicly available information to help you get to a Clean Energy Initiative on track within the boundaries of the concession. Trusting we have informed you sufficiently, please do not hesitate to reach out in case of any further questions or comment. We are, of course, happy to discuss. Sincerely, Merrill Timmer, Temporary Manager, signed on the 30th of the 3rd, 2022. So, Madam Chair Lady, subsequently after that, he didn't last too long and somebody else was appointed, Troy. How did they get confidential information to come up, Madam Chair, with an MOU to Grid Market for them to get this exclusive agreement? Somebody gave it to them. When G.E.B.E. is sprouting their chest and walking in here and say, we can't give confidential information. We can't give this because this is confidential. We can't do that because of an NDA. And we can't, and we can't, and we can't. But Madam Chair, here is laid out. But yet, Grid Market have an exclusive agreement, MOU. This ain't Samoa. We're not in the Pacific. All who went Samoa and who went here and, you know, small states, and we don't care about that. The people of Samoa don't want to know we're going to get electricity. And when it's going to be sustainable, and when it's going to be long-term, that nothing's going to cut off. Madam Chair, I would like to state my position. Christopher Emmanuel, the leader of the Now Party, is distancing himself officially from the government's approach dealing with G.E.B.E. and this crisis. I want nothing to do with their approach and their solution. This is not sustainable. This is going to cost this government. And I, Madam Chair Lady, want to have nothing to do with it. I am distancing myself from the government's approach dealing with this crisis of G.E.B.E. and our energy sufficiency. Because, Madam Chair, I don't believe them. Madam Chair, more is going to come out, and it's going to reach to a point where I don't want to say, I told you so. I thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Christophe Emmanuel. Members of Parliament, Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as I had indicated before we got to this point, I will now adjourn this meeting until 2:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, support staff of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the Tribune, those of you following this meeting on different media. It's now 3 minutes to 3. We were supposed to start at 2:30. However, the government ministers who will be here have asked if they can have until 3:15 to come back to Parliament, as they are trying to respond to as many of the questions as they can. So I will again adjourn the meeting until 3:15. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, support staff, Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina and his support staff, ladies and gentlemen, the persons in the tribune here of Parliament, good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you for your indulgence in allowing the members of Parliament and ministers to be part of the oath-taking ceremony for Minister Patrice Gomes, as well as to allow the Prime Minister to prepare or start preparing the answers to questions posed by members of Parliament. However, we are not yet through the members of Parliament with the members of Parliament who wish to speak. And at this time, I invite MP Roseburg to take the floor. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to all. In regards to my, it's more clarification question, seeing all that took place after my questions have been posed. I want to make one thing clear, that I don't play politics on the floor of Parliament, and I understood what my colleague MP Jacobs mentioned, and I want to clarify to the public that when I ask a question is to gain clarity, and the question that I, MP Roseburg, asked, through you, Madam Chair, was in regards to understanding that there is a MOU, and I wanted to know what that MOU entailed and how that can be seen in regards to a contract. So I just want to make that clear. And other than that, also, especially seeing that I understood, and after reviewing the document which we have all received today, I read there was exclusivity. So it's not that I'm feeling that I was personally mentioned or I feel responsible what the MP just mentioned. I just want to make it clear where I come from, and I want to get that understanding right, because it can have consequences when something is mentioned exclusive and when there is a MOU and it's not clear what the details of that MOU entail in connection to an agreement. So just for clarity's sake, that it not get mixed up in the politics playing. So just want to get that clear through you, Madam Chair, if that can be clarified, and also especially in regards to what my colleague MP Emmanuel brought forward in a new letter from G.E.B.E. I would like to get the details even more now clarified, what this MOU/agreement, what kind of consequences that can have for country St. Martin, and also to specify, to know what the effect, because that was my question in case it wasn't clear to the Prime Minister and our others, just to clarify, is there an effect, and if there is an effect, what kind of effect this can have on the possible negotiations that the Prime Minister mentioned with the European countries and with the Netherlands. So just clarification's sake, so that we know where we're standing as country St. Martin in regards to this MOU. Through you, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. MP Ludmila de Wever, I now give you the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I must say that this is exactly the kind of presentation that I wanted last week when we started this meeting. And I understand that certain developments happen in the sort of in-between time that we can actually start this meeting the right way today with a presentation and solutions going out to not only us, but also the public, that everything is being handled. So I will go really, I'm just going to base my questions around the presentations that we had today from the Prime Minister. And before I start, actually, let me just say one thing really quickly. It is not the first time that information confidential information coming out of a government-related company is being discussed on the floor of Parliament. I have said it before when we were talking about the same company, and I will say it again. So via my messaging to you, Madam Chair Lady, to the Prime Minister, to the Supervisory Board of Directors of G.E.B.E, and to the temporary manager, handle your business. Because I don't think this is the place to be going over confidential bank accounts and bank balances. And this is the second time again, like I said, it's being discussed. Handle your business and figure out where your leak is, because this does not give me any comfort whatsoever about how things are being handled in a company. This is the second time in less than 1 year that this has happened. Moving on now to the presentation from the Prime Minister, I take note of the fact that there is a deficit of 17 megawatts. And after going through the presentation, I also take note of the fact that we have been given an immediate solution and a short-term solution. The immediate solution is under 3 months. We are going to provide 10 megawatts. That is only for a maximum of 3 months, meaning our deficit is going to be covered with a remainder of 7 megawatts. And then the short-term solution over 3 months is 20 megawatts that we will actually own, as opposed to renting the immediate solution, which means that then after 3 months, our 17 megawatt deficit, or what we're lacking and why we are load shedding, will be covered. So I appreciate that this information is here, and what I asked for last week is now going out to the public, as in, do not worry. So we're giving comfort to our residents. We have a solution in place. We are also giving comfort to our visitors. We have a solution in place. It is being handled. I'm going to take this back to just a corporate way of doing business. When we talk about balances and whether companies can pay bills and whether loans can be paid back, those are all valid concerns. And what I want to make sure is that I understand, whether we have to do it here on the floor of Parliament or whether it has to be in a closed-door meeting, that everything is being handled and everything is being covered in the most responsible manner at all. 100% responsible. I need to know that G.E.B.E can pay back whatever it is that they're doing, that it is a feasible idea. I need to know that G.E.B.E did everything in accordance with their procedures, which means that the discussion had to happen with G.E.B.E to the Supervisory Board of Directors, who gave them authorization, to the Council of Ministers, and then coming here to us today. I just need to know that all procedures that are the rules and how the company works were done. That is all I am after. Because here we are going over financials that are presented by the Prime Minister. I'm getting MPs on the floor revealing confidential bank balances. And now that it's been stated, I need to know whether it's financially viable, whether it's financially feasible. And if you didn't want to discuss this, then we should have closed the door already from beforehand when we start talking about money from people. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Ludmila de Weaver. I now go over to MP Jacobs. MP Jacobs, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I saw your name first. I wasn't quite ready. But yes, Madam Chair, I can laud the responses or the comments made by the previous speaker, MP de Weaver. It is of grave concern to the country of St. Martin, to the feasibility and the whether we want to keep G.E.B.E or not. Let me just get real. When you divulge the type of information that has been just thrown on the floor. Madam Chair, I believe yesterday was Whistleblower Day, but whistleblowers should follow the right trajectory via Supervisory Board, via management, before it goes public. Because when we want to blow the whistle, to make a point, to be a barker, we have to think, what is the impact on our country? The statements made here on the floor of Parliament are impactful, whether positive or negative. It might be good for you politically, but is it good for the country? Is it good for this company for which the government is a shareholder and for which it provides necessary service, which all of us are feeling, Madam Chair Lady? And I would also like to, for the record, state, Madam Chair, that I, in my former function, came to the floor of Parliament more than once, said it in many public statements, that the MOU, not the MOU, the roadmap that came out of the MOU, which is research that was done by this company as to the possibilities for the implementation of various types of renewable energy for St. Martin, did not have the necessary information from NV G.E.B.E, which actually held back progress for St. Martin. There was extrapolated information used, and that's why in my previous statements, Madam Chair, I asked that not only the MOU be shared, but that the other confidential documents rolling out of it be shared, and if we have to have a closed-door meeting about it, let's do that. Because at the end of the day, it is not about Severia Jacobs, it's about our country needing to do what we need to do to move towards renewable energy because of the climate crisis, which is always at our door. So even while we're planning for the right now, while we have feasible solutions on the table, which I asked for us to see it in a financial picture on one page, which I don't know if it's ready for now, but hopefully we can receive it even in writing, because the people have to understand, Madam Chair, what we say and what we do here has impact. And there were times when I felt the attack on the other side, Madam Chair, for trying to protect information that would put the government-owned company in jeopardy, and thereby the employees in jeopardy, and thereby the production of energy in jeopardy. And here we are today. We want to hold government and G.E.B.E accountable. Let's do so in a responsible manner, so that when people do go to the polls, they can say one, say two. At least we can trust this person. And this person is not going to put information out in the public to jeopardize us all. And then other members, you know, it was not a finger pointing to any member in particular. I even said of the questions asked, they are good questions. I merely, Madam Chair, question the manner in which questions are asked regarding a document that we do not have at our disposal as Parliament. Simple. Because we're here to edify and grow this country. Every day we're talking about political maturity, but it's sadly lacking right here in this hall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Jacobs, and I continue with the list of speakers. I see MP Christophe Emmanuel up next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he have read the TNO report, the report that you also spoke about. And the reason why I'm asking that question, Madam Chair, is because I still can't wrap my head around the whole issue of, again, generators to the tune of 14 million each, 42 million more fossil fuel and more fossil fuel. And Madam Chair, the report is clear when it made mention that renewable energy. But here's the thing though, Madam Chair. Grid market is in play because you have to go and deal with them now. Madam Chair, the only people who's in jeopardy are the people of St. Martin. That's the only, G.E.B.E is not in jeopardy. None of us here as politicians is in jeopardy. Madam Chair, Lady, they can say whatever they want, Madam Chair. But when you hide information, when you don't tell the truth, what they call it? Oh, you're putting the company in, you ain't putting no company in no jeopardy. G.E.B.E has to tell the people the truth, Madam Chair Lady, because the people have a right to know, Madam Chair, The people have a right to know. So what is it, Madam Chair? It's okay to continue to lie to people, keep the information hidden, and the people are supposed to know. They're supposed to know. When it's convenient, you tell them what is the truth. For example, Madam Chair, G.E.B.E came out and said 50% of the population is not paying their bills. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, is it that G.E.B.E is saying 50% of the population hasn't paid their bills entirely, or is not paying their bills entirely, or only for the month of June? Which one is it, Madam Chair? Is it entirely that 50% of the population is not paying their bills? You see, Madam Chair, these are the things I'm talking about. Madam Chair, that 50% is only for the month of June. It's only for this month of June. And if I'm wrong, then, Madam Chair, I am asking through you to the Honorable Prime Minister to ask the temporary manager, ask the board of G.E.B.E to prove it, that it's entirely, or what I'm saying only for the month of June is not true. Ask them to prove it. And since, Madam Chair, and since there are some of them who don't like how the information has come out because the company is being put in jeopardy, I got that information too. And if you don't like that, then boo-hoo, Madam Chair lady. The people have a right to know. Don't lie. Don't lie. Madam Chair, these are the things that I am talking about. Madam Chair, you come out and you say certain things and you don't expect people to fact check you on it. And then what does the government say? Or other individuals who feel, oh, this information is coming out and it's not good information. It is G.E.B.E, Madam Chair, who said to us that they have reserves. They said it. So how is it no one is asking them to speak the truth? They are the ones who say that they have reserves. So when you get the facts now, and you present the facts to them, this is confidential, or this information mustn't be, or this information, so the people of St. Martin don't have a right to know. The people of St. Martin don't have a right to know. Madam Chair lady, these are the things I'm talking about. Oh yes, it's not the first time, nor is it the second time. But Madam Chair, once the information reach me, and it's factual, in comparison to what we are being told, I'm going to tell the people of St. Martin what it is. And who don't like it, then yeah. What did I say here last? Madam Chair lady. If who don't like it. Because it can't be, Madam Chair, that we must just come into Parliament, sit down, G.E.B.E can say what they want, tell it to the Prime Minister however they want, the Prime Minister regurgitate it to us, and we must say, okay, yeah, that's the way it is. We must say that's the way it is. Madam Chair, it's not me who made mention that they have a reserve. It's not me. Now that you fact check them on the reserve, you fact check them on their bank account, you bring the facts. Madam Chair, if I am lying, leave G.E.B.E say it's not true. How are you putting the company in jeopardy? The company is putting themselves in jeopardy because they're the ones lying to the people of St. Martin. The only people that have been put in jeopardy is the citizens of this country. They're the ones having the blackouts. They're the ones losing their television and their fridge and their airco. They are the ones losing, Madam Chair. They are the losing end because G.E.B.E is not telling the people of St. Martin the truth. They are the ones who have been put in jeopardy. Madam Chair, let me read this article. It says, EU committee, supply contracts for fuel on St. Martin hampered energy transition. And it's a reason why I'm saying this, Madam Chair. It goes on to say, until 2027, there is 7.7 million euros in funding from the European Union available for Dutch St. Martin for the transition towards renewable energy and the use of liquefied natural gas, LNG. However, this Green Deal for St. Martin is hampered by the existence of ongoing fuel supply contracts with big petro companies, stated the European Committee, not mentioning wholesaler Sol Petroleum by name. You see, Madam Chair, through you, I can stop saying this through you thing. Madam Chair, I would like you to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, how long is the contract with G.E.B.E. to Sol? Yeah, go tell him. Yeah, okay. Good. How long is that contract, Madam Chair, that we have with Sol supplying G.E.B.E. with diesel, gas, fossil fuel? How long is that contract, Madam Chair? The reason why I'm asking that contract, Madam Chair lady, that contract is until 2027. Until 2027, 3 years from now, Madam Chair. In 2 years from now, we are talking about getting generators, more diesel, Madam Chair, more fossil fuel, more expense. And the European Union and the European Committee is saying they got 7.7 million here for renewable energy. This means, Madam Chair, we will still be paying G.E.B.E., we will still be paying Sol millions for fossil fuel, Madam Chair. Millions. When every report, T&E report, European, all of them, G.E.B.E. Commission, concession agreement from since 20, what does it say? Renewable energy. Here walks in the Prime Minister saying exactly what G.E.B.E. is telling him, oh, we're going to buy 3 generators. More fossil fuel again. More money to Sol again. Madam Chair. Madam Chair lady, the article goes on to say, the multi-annual indicate program MIP for St. Martin and other Caribbean OCTs was adopted in November 2022. The main sector of intervention is sustainable and resilient energy, where the focus is on moving away from polluting diesel fuel generators towards renewable energies, the European Committee clarified. Madam Chair, I am asking you, Madam Chair, to please ask the Honorable Prime Minister if you haven't read this report. Because, Madam Chair, if it is a case that the Prime Minister is having discussions with G.E.B.E., at no point in time would you sit down and say, G.B.E., yeah, but 3 generators, 14 million each, 40-something million, and then this agreement that we are having here for another 8-10 million brings us up to over 50-something million. What's your scope on renewable energy? What's your scope on, what do you have to say about those sort of things? Madam Chair lady, the Honorable Prime Minister himself read a report from G.E.B.E. that they are making investment, or they have made investment in renewable energy. When you ask the question, where is it? What is it? They can't tell you, Madam Chair lady. But you know what you must do? Don't say nothing. Keep quiet. Don't bring out the truth. Don't give them the information. G.E.B.E., you got to look into your leak. Yeah, look into your leak and see if you can find it. Madam Chair lady, it goes on to say, due to St. Martin's dependency on fossil fuels and energy source, the volatility of oil prices have significant negative effect on the island's economy and the social lives of people, the committee concluded. The estimated cost per kilowatt, more than 40 cents, thereby energy costs equal to almost 18% of the disposable income of inhabitants. And Madam Chair, when I come here and I say the people of St. Martin is spending, okay, more than half their salary, 40 and 50% of their salary, Madam Chair, on basic necessity like light and water. Oh, Chris just saying what he's saying. Madam Chair, what is G.E.B.E. report? What are they saying based on this? Madam Chair, somebody is making a tremendous amount of money with these engines from Wasilla. They are making money. Somebody is making money. If we got to be dependent on it again, Madam Chair, for another 3 years, 2027. That's the contract we have. That's the contract we have with Sol, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, ask the Prime Minister to ask G.E.B.E if it's true or not. And if not, I stand to be corrected on it, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the article goes on. It says, the authors of the MLP noted that ongoing increase in fuel costs over the last years has proven to have a considerable effect on food products, energy bills, subsequently disposable income, causing an upward trend in inflation on St. Martin. In other words, to mitigate these detrimental effects, it is imperative for St. Martin to look into renewable energy sources and alternative energy sources, the committee concluded. Madam Chair, the EU allocated 7.7 million to Dutch St. Martin on the condition that the country explore ways to cooperate with the French side. There is a conducive momentum. Yeah, I sort of lose that piece there. There's a conducive momentum to rethink St. Martin's fragile, one-sided economy, its social contract with the citizens, its relations with St. Martin, and its future ways to combat natural hazards and pandemic. Additionally, Madam Chair, funding for energy transition in St. Martin can be obtained from the EU. 42,067 million resilient, sustainable energy and marine biodiversity program. And from the 21 million 2021 to 2027 Caribbean Regional Program on the Sustainable Management of Caribbean OCT's Natural Capital. In conclusion, in the last paragraph, Madam Chair, it says, St. Martin is also eligible for 15 million euros decision on the Overseas Association, including Greenland envelope, which provides Sabre with new solar park. Madam Chair Lady, every document is belching back in renewable energy, renewable energy. This is what angers and infuriates me, Madam Chair, when the Honorable Prime Minister walks in and simply say everything carte blanche, verbatim, everything that G.E.B.E tells him. That G.E.B.E tells him, Madam Chair. It can't be so, Madam Chair. On the books in St. Martin right here, Madam Chair, there's waste to energy agreements, Madam Chair, with G.E.B.E. Prime Minister, dismiss this board with haste. This is a National Alliance board. It's a National Alliance appointed manager. Get rid of them quick, Madam Chair Lady, and move the way to renewable energy. We don't own oil. We don't have oil fields. We don't have it. But what we have a lot of in St. Martin is garbage. We have a lot of it, Madam Chair Lady. A lot. We have the sun. We have the wind. We don't have to pay for it, Madam Chair. Waste to energy is going to solve your garbage problem, is going to solve your energy problem. We will never, ever in this country again have blackouts. You will never, ever again have to be load shedding, Madam Chair, only if we rethink our approach. And let me state this so that Bibi can hear it good. I want to make sure she hear it clear. Say what I say, not what I didn't say. So I'm going to repeat it again for you. I am distancing myself from this government's approach. I never said from the government. From the government's approach dealing with this G.E.B.E issue. You could probably twist the words of those in the back, because they on your payroll, or you on their payroll, but not mine, Madam Chair Lady. So make sure you repeat it, you print it, you put it out exactly how I said it. Madam Chair Lady. And again, I can't be part of a government just to go along to get along. Not because I'm critical of approach means I'm criticizing you. No, I'm critical. And I'm making my position known that your approach is not going to work. Madam Chair Lady, it's not in our favor. It's not in the favor of this coalition. It's not in the favor of the people of St. Martin. We are going to ride right into August without a solution. Madam Chair Lady, I thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Christophe Emmanuel. The next MP up to speak is MP Melissa Gomes. MP Gomes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon to everyone again. Madam Chair, I just had I have one question, but I also just wanted to make it clear for the public that this meeting was actually supposed to be closed door. It's open door because several in this hall demanded that it be open door so that the public could hear. So I myself said part of it should be open, part of it should be closed. Maybe we should have done that to avoid this back and forth of what people should know and should not know. Madam Chair, I'll be honest as well. I have very little faith in much of the information that comes out of G.E.B.E. I've had very little faith since the hack, actually, in 2022, because every other day the story seemed to be changing, whether it was by the then interim CEO, actual CEO, temporary, whatever. The board at the time, which started dropping like flies once they realized what type of heat was coming, but which I also want to note does not absolve anybody from responsibility for decisions taken. But at the end of the day, I also am very disturbed, like I mentioned several times in this parliament over the last term, at the lack of information that comes from G.E.B.E. to entities like Grid Market, entities like TNO, who are being engaged with this government to essentially plot that energy roadmap for St. Martin. That's a gross level of protectionism that doesn't actually serve the community. And it happens not just with G.E.B.E., but it has also happened with Telem. So I think we can kind of see a trend where the hush-hush game and the refusal to provide information means that maybe some heads should roll. So on that note, I can agree with some previous speakers. My one question, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Prime Minister. Earlier in your presentation, you stated that all of this short-term, mid-term, long-term, northwest-south term solution comes at absolutely no impact on the consumer. And I find that very hard to believe. I find that very questionable. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as free money, which is something that I've said here since 2020. So I would like the Prime Minister through you and to ask G.E.B.E. how do they figure that there will be no impact on the consumer to be felt by any of these solutions for a company that itself admittedly has said that they have struggled with liquidity since the cyber attack. So that would be my one question, Madam Chair Lady, and I'll await the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Gomes. I now give the floor to MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I just wanted to make sure that my questions are very clear based on the information that we received, especially if we're talking about financing. What I want to find out is, I took note of the fact that in the presentation we received today from the Prime Minister, it said that a payment will be made on June 26th to SO or So Energy, which is $500,000, and also that a payment was made on June 21st to CMEC for $1 million and change. Now, I mentioned earlier on when I spoke that I would like to know that everything was done in accordance with the procedures. Let me be very clear. What I mean by that was, if there was a tendering or bid process, if that was done for each amount that went out already, or is it planned to go out tomorrow and the one that went out last week, if that was done in, in conjunction with the normal regular procedures of G.E.B.E., where more than one bid is going out, whether you call it an RFP, request for proposal, that's what I'm talking about. And then also what I would like to know, for the portion that was already supposedly paid out per what was stated in the presentation on June 21st for the $1 million and change, how that was done. Again, let me just state here for the record that if this is something that we have to discuss behind closed doors, no problem. But I want to make sure that that we take note of the fact that we're in a precarious sort of situation financially where we are still suffering the effects of it with G.E.B.E., also partially to a certain extent the country. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having loans to, subsidize us basically with the Netherlands or whoever. And I just want to make sure, as I've stated in the past, that when we're looking at all of this put together, that the employees at the end of the day are sorted, that the employees of G.E.B.E. are safe, that they are not going to end up, for lack of a better example, like Telem. So, and I have to state that here because I have said it before. So going back to the payment that was done last week, taking note of what other MPs said about 50%, that the company is only getting 50% payments in, the payments that are going out to these suppliers that are part of our solution to alleviate all of this load shedding, was it done in a bank guarantee? Was it done by a letter of credit? Because that's the normal way of doing finance, right? Is that you don't just give out all this cash, you have a way of safeguarding it in case they don't deliver it. So I just want to know if that was done. And I think that should be it. So how many tenders were done? Because we have two solutions here where money is being transferred out if it wasn't transferred out already last week. Are the employees taken into consideration of their futures with the company, considering the financial position of the company, and whether or not the payments were done via bank guarantee, letter of credit, or being safeguarded, whether you want to say like an escrow account, if that's being done, so that I know that we have comfort on how the entire process was done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Ludmila de Wever. I have up next MP Egbert Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to my colleagues, Prime Minister, and everyone that is tuned in. Madam Chair, I just have a few observations and some remarks. I brought this up before, and some people took offense, but I'm going to explain it a bit better this time around in my second tenure in Parliament. Selective amnesia, where people choose to remember what they want. I'll go to an article dated June 13, 2024. MP Emmanuel proposes solutions for G.E.B.E. outages to the government. Emmanuel, I'll just go piece of the article. Emmanuel, through contacts in the government of Trinidad and Tobago, was directed to the company EcoStone Construction and Engineering. He has been in constant contact with the company while he was in the Netherlands attending IPCO. Cost estimations for this proposal will be tabled following ongoing island assessments from EcoStone team if the government decides to go in that direction. I'll move on to part of the article. Following this transportation of the containerized generators from Trinidad and Tobago, St. Martin will be arranged utilizing power boats or container ships for rapid deployment. Madam Chair, I can't sit here and say that over the years, G.E.B.E. has done everything correct. But for me, what I'm hearing now is quite contradictory and chaotic, as I mentioned time and time again. All because he couldn't get that particular company, EcoStone Construction, to get the work. He distanced himself from the government's solution and all those things, because it's the same solution that was presented here by the Honorable Prime Minister here today with the containerized generators. So one has to wonder what the real deal is behind all of these antics that is going on, Madam Chair. Waste to energy can also be a viable option, which has been discussed for years and years and years. But I guess if the government chooses not to go with the exact company that he wants, he too might distance himself from that as well. When he couldn't become minister, he distanced himself from the coalition and didn't show up, the famous show up. Madam Chair, which caused us to basically go back to the polls and cause the election because of the destabilization. He was also in negotiations to leave the coalition. But when another MP decided to do it and had the courage to do it for whatever reason, he distanced himself from that as well. Now that everything is done, you want to throw stones and then hide your hand. The quickest thing to do, Madam Chair, is run and complain. But I can say this, and I want this sentiment to resonate with the people of St. Martin. Don't worry. I know my people. Come August 19th, 2024, the people will distance themselves from you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. I now give the floor to MP Marlin. MP Marlin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleague MPs. Good afternoon to the Honorable Prime Minister, and good afternoon to those tuning in. Madam Chair, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I must again ask this question. Do we have a government? Do we have a majority of 8? Because when I sit down here today and I listen to the colleague MPs, especially those from the government, I hear them talking from the left side of the mouth, the right side of the mouth, pure contradiction, like my line that I famously use, and I'll use it again. A house divided cannot rule. And when I listen to my colleague MPs speak on the floor of Parliament, all I hear is contradiction, blaming this one, blaming that one, blaming solutions, don't agree with solutions. So I ask myself, do you guys meet, caucus, have a coalition meeting before you come to the floor of Parliament where you publicly go against each other? Madam Chair, I have a few statements I would like to make. In a time when the country is in crisis, it's fiscally irresponsible to be divulging highly private and confidential banking information, which may very well be untrue, of the very same company that's supposed to be entrusted with millions in loans to resolve the energy crisis on behalf of all the people of St. Martin. I say it again, all the people of St. Martin. This so-called whistleblower, like my colleague MP Jacobs just said, yesterday I believe was whistleblower day. So this so-called whistleblower is misusing their position maliciously, not for the benefit of the company nor the people of St. Martin. So how does one believe information from someone with no scruples and is clearly trying to sabotage the temporary manager and in turn the company as a whole, which negatively impacts the entire community? This level of ignorance hampers any attempt at progress from within G.E.B.E, and then we sit here, criticize and complain about those who are actually on the front line working to bring resolutions on behalf of those very same malicious people that are selflessly trying to sabotage any positive developments. They are locals, qualified and hard-working individuals who are actively exploring solutions on behalf of the company. These are the efforts that should be applauded for their dedication. I thank the MP for highlighting their efforts. When we look at some of these outsiders brought in who have done far less for millions, they actually deserve, our locals deserve to be paid more. Do we now start to highlight all individuals in key positions, their political affiliations, contracts and salaries they make? MP, you're going down a slippery, slippery slope, which shows lack of integrity and professionalism. I sit here today, Madam Chair, through you, and listen to the MP talk about getting rid. Let us get rid of the local manager. Let us get rid of the board. Let us get rid of this one, that one, all locals. Madam Chair, when I look at the information that was being leaked today on the floor of Parliament, very sensitive information that was brought within Parliament today from the Honorable MP, I then realized why persons from the airport was fired when we come in here loosely with information given that should be confidential. But we loosely talk about them in public as if it's true and say, I dare to challenge anyone to tell me it's not so, because the information that I have here is true because somebody from within G.E.B.E gave it to me. Bank accounts, balances on accounts. So then I ask who all have access to these accounts and bring it to the Honorable MP here to divulge. It's easy for us to talk about. We need to put our people in place. We should hire our own people. We shouldn't bring outsiders here to work for our people. But strange enough, Madam Chair, that every time a local is in position that don't answer to the bell or answer the phone of a particular MP, we should get rid of them. Get rid of them. If we keep getting rid of our own locals, who we will have here? Why are we sending our children away to study that whenever they come back here, they serve here, the first thing come out of our mouth on the floor of Parliament is get rid of our locals. It sounds so easy to say. A man who went away, educated, come back here, given an opportunity during a crisis to manage our own company. Instead of we applaud them for managing the company during a crisis, we come on the floor of Parliament here today and chastise them. Chastise them. We must get rid of them. While we talk here on the floor of Parliament are getting rid of this manager, I should say all local companies or all local people working in government, the Honorable MP want to get rid of. Like my colleague MP just said, come August 19, the people can get rid of another local, a local MP sitting right in here on the floor of Parliament, all doing all day criticizing we locals. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Marlin. MP Christophe Emmanuel, you have a contribution to make to the discussion.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Oh, for sure. Madam Chair, hypocrisy at its best. Madam Chair, lady, I have to laugh. But that's what you get when you want to try to make yourself relevant. So it's not a problem. Madam Chair, you know what it is? It was okay, and it was good, right, Madam Chair, to put your signature on a document to say you have a new agreement with one of the colleagues of them sitting here. That was fine and well, that was good. Madam Chair, when you went on the radio interview and the question was asked, would you have him on the list? I don't know, but that's a tough question you're asking me. I can't put nobody on the list. So the individual was good to help you break the government, but he ain't going to run on a list with you. Madam Chair, hypocrisy at its best. But that's okay. If it's one thing Chris could do, I could take whatever you throw at me. I stand on what I say, Madam Chair, lady. I stand on it. Madam Chair, hypocrisy at its best. Madam Chair, getting rid of locals? Really, that's where you want to go? That's where you want to go? Madam Chair, when they jumped in the vehicle and told the driver, call Mr. Franco and tell him get rid of him right away. That wasn't a local they was getting rid of? Who did that? Who did that, Madam Chair? Who did that? And they're talking about getting rid of locals? But Madam Chair, before the temporary manager is there, you had other managers there before too. Who got rid of them? Oh man, come on, save me the nonsense. Who got rid of them, Madam Chair? You trying to make yourself relevant. You know why? Because you have nothing to stand on. You failed 4 years. Worst government ever. You failed. Again. Right? I am saying to my government, right? Generators of the 14 million each, the fossil fuel, the amount of money to be spent, it doesn't get my support. Over and over, I have said it. What was proposed, Madam Chair, was for an immediate solution to stop what all is happening. I mean, come on, if you want to read an article, read a whole article. After all, reading is fundamental, Madam Chair, lady. Reading is fundamental. Get rid of the locals, don't G.E.B.E, get rid of that. No. Say exactly what is said. But you see, this is a recurring, Madam Chair, of what you get from that previous government. Lies upon lies upon lies and more lies, Madam Chair, when they can't defend opposition. We're in the situation that we are in today because of the neglect, Madam Chair, and the bad and the worst government that we have ever seen, Madam Chair. That now we must go back to fossil fuel. We must go back to engine generators, Madam Chair. We must go back to diesel, Madam Chair, lady. Cost again for the next 3 to 5 years on fuel clause, directly affecting the people of St. Martin. If you want to have a debate, come with your facts. If you want to have a debate, come with your points. If you want to say something that makes sense, Madam Chair Lady, bring your work, bring your research. I have never said here, Madam Chair, that the information I got was from somebody in G.E.B.E. Another lie. Another lie, Madam Chair. Okay? That's what was said. That's what was said. I've never said that, Madam Chair. And because the company wanted this and wanted that, oh Lord, I mean, if you look, make it make sense, Madam Chair. A solution was presented. Where's yours? Where's yours? Absolutely nothing, Madam Chair. The previous government have no solution for the people of St. Martin, but they are correct and they are right on one thing. August 19 will come. August 19 will come. Just like how it was said to me, they don't shake hands with losers. We're going to see again, Madam Chair. We're going to see again. The only people losing and suffering here, Madam Chair, is the people of St. Martin. You caused that. Neglect. 4 years in government. No solutions to nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Madam Chair Lady. But don't worry. I can understand you're obsessed with Emmanuel. I have that effect on people sometimes, Madam Chair. So I understand. I thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Emmanuel. I will now add some questions to those that have been posed, not repeating any, I hope, because I think that some important answers from the government are pending, and I will hear following my questions when and how the government can respond to these questions. I think I have sufficiently allowed the individual members of parliament to spar, for the lack of a better word, but I think it has been done sufficiently for this meeting, and given everybody the opportunity to express themselves. But there's always a limit that we need to draw. I just want to say to my fellow members of parliament, and I can understand, especially on this topic and in this time, that we all could become very emotional and, about certain topics. But I do want, and I have reminded everyone individually as much as I can as well, that while in Parliament here, we have immunity in terms of what we say in the hall, but I have seen where statements by members of Parliament in this hall have led them into some serious situations. I just want to give, in a very honest and open way, I want to give this to my colleague MPs, because sometimes we feel, we can say what we want. Of course, you're free to do so. But I have seen former colleagues get themselves in trouble because of statements and the way that they portrayed certain issues as if we have certain powers in here that we don't have. And that going out like that has caused problems for some MPs. That's just the remark I wanted to make. And so, Prime Minister, to you, I want to ask the following clarifications and questions. I had asked about the process for claiming or claims for damaged equipment, and it was answered in terms of, you can do it online, forms are available, and all of that. And I really want to know the process that is being used right now for persons to file a claim because of damaged equipment. How effective and accessible is that for the person who lost their whatever it is? equipment based on the outages of G.E.B.E. So it's not sufficient to say that they can go online. And how accessible and effective is it to the average man and woman to make that claim? I really would like to get that answer, because if it's not, then another method should be employed in order to make it effective and especially accessible. The same goes, as far as I'm concerned, for a designated desk or person for billing complaints. I understood this is going to be reviewed. How, when I speak to a taxi driver just a couple of days ago, of course the topic is G.E.B.E. Of course the person went to pay and understood he had a 5,000 guilders outstanding. No, he had a debt of 5,000. And the question was, for what? It is owed from before. But when you tell someone that, you should explain what from before and give some comparison with the monies that have been paid. So these are the kind of things why people continuously question the issue of billing. That is not sufficiently explained. And some persons will understand and be able to make the comparison for themselves. Others cannot, whether it's time, whether it's whatever the case may be. So again, how accessible is this process? And I believe that rather than the settings of a candid conversations like G.E.B.E. has engaged into, give that priority, where the individual can go and say, this is the problem I have with my billing. Not having to wait in line, but give the attention and the information that people need for their individual situations. Thirdly, Prime Minister, I ask about the reporting structure of G.E.B.E. with a special thought in my mind, and that has to do with our current temporary manager was first in the position of special representative appointed by the shareholders meeting. And that possibility exists even now because it is based on the articles of incorporation of G.E.B.E. And I want to know if there is a need, if government feels the need to have such a representative again, due to the lack of information, if that is the experience of government. So that's a question. Does the government of St. Martin think that that is a way to go to bridge whatever gap between the different roles and representation in the company? And then, Prime Minister, I don't want to belabor the issue regarding grid market. We have received now, all members of parliament, the MOU. But Prime Minister, I really would like to know what that agreement does to, one, the agreement between G.E.B.E. and Energy Nautics, the proposal of the multi-annual indicative program for St. Martin. Thirdly, you have the issue of the agreement that I mentioned it already, that's the energy nautics. So what does grid market do to, for example, these studies and recommendations? And are these other reports that are just going to be shelved because we can't get our act together, and with the emphasis on together, where energy transition is concerned for St. Martin? The other report that fits into that category is the TNO report. Again, a reference to green energy, alternative energy, and transition, energy transition, meaning the whole thing. So a move from where we are today to where we would like to be. And then I come to the question, Prime Minister, and I know the ministers have their hands filled and their heads filled, but I believe, Prime Minister, that the government of St. Martin needs to seriously consider a structure in which these different reports can find a place and the path forward with the actors and timelines and everything that goes with an energy transition. Because clearly, the way that we are going about it right now, we are going to lag even further behind than we are presently. A similar issue, because in that multi-annual indicative program, the cooperation between the Dutch and French St. Martin, the Dutch and French sides, is mentioned. Yet, in answer to my question regarding that cooperation, I understand you to say, Prime Minister, that there have been discussions, but no agreement. In the energy transition document, plan, or program, the cooperation between the two sides must be an element. A lot has been said, Prime Minister, about the issue of developments, getting projects to cooperate with us in terms of coming off of the grid, etc., etc. By the way, Prime Minister, I have asked the Committee of VROMI of Parliament to discuss the TNO report, just that you know. I also have questions to the government regarding the zoning of this country. And so, Prime Minister, I think I read them off the last time, but I want to ask you these questions and ask that as Prime Minister, you can pass these on for me with urgency to the relevant minister or ministers. I would like an overview of where the individual zoning plans are presently. I would like to know whether it is still government's intention to pursue one overall zoning plan for St. Martin. And if that is so, why was this route chosen above the individual area zoning plans? If so, how does the ministry plans to deal with developments in the meantime? According to what are these proposals and developments analyzed and evaluated? And I want to know if the government concurs that there is an urgent need to establish a zoning plan for the Mullet Bay Cooper Coy area. I want to add Simpson Bay to that. What happened to that plan of discussion? What is being done in this regard? Prime Minister, I think you're writing very quickly, but I can send you these in writing to make sure that you get what I'm asking. And I want to know how the ministry plans, I think a colleague has asked it already, the ministry plans to tackle the uncontrolled development while preparing zoning plans. Are there priority areas in this regard, and which are those? And I want to know if our inspection department is equipped qua manpower and material to do its job effectively. And if not, what are the potential short-term solutions for this? Prime Minister, I want to highlight another area. As persons supporting the coalition government, as members of Parliament, we have different ways of getting information from government and from the ministers. We can ask for meetings, we can send questions in writing, etc., etc. But as a member supporting a coalition, questions can be asked directly to the government. I don't have to go in the newspaper and say I asked the Prime Minister or any other minister questions. I can just go directly and ask them so that before I formulate a position, I have the information. And so I know, because I've asked, that there's certain outstanding information to be had from G.E.B.E. And I want to ask the Prime Minister if we have any idea when that information such as clarity regarding the annual accounts, information regarding the decisions by G.E.B.E. or the lack thereof, when they were taken, were they taken. That kind of information is important to get an understanding of the entire scope of where we are today. So, Prime Minister, I would like you to just really and also indicate to Parliament, because this is a matter that I think must be followed closely, even with the solutions as presented. And as I say solutions, I know that between the government and NRPB and maybe other stakeholders, a discussion is taking place with BZK, etc. And I just want to caution you, Prime Minister, that do not put all our eggs in one basket, because I have never yet seen a decision coming from the Dutch government for assistance for any program that did not have conditions attached. And so I believe that as you are discussing matters with BZCAR and those institutions, that we need to look closely at the 2024 budget, at the 2024 budget of government, because I am sure that will come into play in this matter where we are seeking potential financing and the like. So, Prime Minister, I just want to encourage you, one, let us get a good, solid plan for energy transition for St. Martin. Cannot be done by one person. I agree with my colleague or my colleagues who indicate that there is local capacity here. And I'm not going to be throwing out names, but I could give you a few if you were to ask me for the kind of expertise that is necessary in this particular area. And secondly, I want you to make sure that the Parliament can be updated as we go along and informing us whether the solutions that have been presented today are being put into effect and whether they're being done on the timeline that you, the government, has been provided with. So, Prime Minister, I now look at you and ask you how you would like to proceed with answering to the questions posed by members of Parliament. Prime Minister?
Thank you, President of Parliament. There has been quite some questions posed, and I would like to propose and ask you as President of Parliament if you could give me a week time for us to go through all the questions and give you a written answer on all the questions that has been posed, especially in the second and third round from this meeting. It's quite extensive. There are some that we have to do some extra research on, so it's going to take some time. I'm asking if it's possible if we can get a week time to come back and to send the answers in writing to Parliament, if that is okay for you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Is there anything that you can respond to or you would like to respond to now is my first question in connection with your proposal. That's one. And I also, we are looking at indeed scheduling some meetings next week. That's another notification that I wish to give. And thirdly, I would also like you to respond to the question if whether in this process with solutions for G.E.B.E., our electricity, as well as our energy transition, which I will keep repeating, whether there is any need for a decision of the Parliament. If you can already say that, or it's not yet known, but is there anything that you would need a decision from Parliament on, besides the fact that I just mentioned of the budget, but any other decision that you would need in the coming week or weeks? That too I would like to know. Or otherwise it's just about keeping Parliament informed. But other than that, is there anything that Parliament would have to make a decision on with respect to this entire situation? So I also want to mention before you continue, Prime Minister, that are you going to share the proposals? Can you, and are you going to share the proposals that we spoke about earlier, or is that something still under review?
That is something that still has to be discussed with the Supervisory Board and then to the management of G.E.B.E., and I will give an answer to that too. And if that is the case, that there is consent, I have no problem to present them to the members of Parliament. But all these answers will be given in writing in a week's time, if you agree with that.
Okay, Prime Minister, so our secretariats will then follow up where that is concerned. And do any questions can answer now, or you're already?
No, we have a few...
or you want to make any remarks, or?
No, it's not about the remarks. It's about if you're going to start already with the questions that have been posed to me. I would gratefully would like to give answers to them, and especially then the third round is going to be, of course, a little challenging for me to give answer now, but if you want, I can go through the ones that I have already, and the rest I sent in writing as I asked in a week time from now.
Let's do that. I would suggest, Prime Minister, that if you have questions that you can answer now,
no
that you
problem.
do so, and the others will be sent to the Parliament in writing.
Okay.
Within a week. Prime Minister, you may
thank you very
proceed.
much. I have already some answers to questions posed by members of Parliament. The first is question from MP Marlin. He is making a statement of that I make a remark about 7 to 10 20-feet containers, and I'm speaking about 10 megawatt. And he didn't understand good the price that had to be paid. Are you paying now per container? You're talking about 7 to 10 containers. How is that deal exactly? I explained it, but I'm going to do it again.
Prime Minister,
yes?
if you will allow me, what I want to do, because I did not see MP Gums, I think MP Gums might either have a question to add or yes. So let us do that, Prime Minister, because after you make your presentation now, and we have an agreement on the week's period, then I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
Okay.
So I want to give MP Gums the opportunity to pose your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, and apologies for that. I just wanted to make sure that because as the meeting continues, you know, I'm thinking about potential questions. So this can be added to the ones for the Supervisory Board and the management of G.E.B.E. to answer. I just want to know, just plain out, if this could have been prevented. You know, if we think about our cars, etc., any type of engine tends to give a warning. And something that MP Emmanuel said also kind of triggered this question. So I just want to know if there were any warning signs that this 17 megawatt deficit we find ourselves in now could have been prevented at all. So if that could be added to the list of questions to be answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Gums. I now give you back the floor with offering our apologies for stopping you midway one of your answers.
So it's coming back to the question of Mr. MP Marlin about the 7 to 10 containers in 20-feet container edition, representing 10 megawatt. We are paying not for the individual amounts of containers, we are paying for the amount of megawatts. So we are paying for 20 megawatts, that is a fixed amount that you pay. And depending on the containers that the supplier has, can be from 1 megawatt, 1.1 megawatt, 1.5 megawatt. They're going just to see how many containers they have with the different megawatts content, and they are going to add them to make sure that they deliver to us 20 megawatt. And if it's 7 or 8 or 10, it's going to be the same price because you pay for the amount of megawatt that you settle a deal on. This question. This next question is question number 3, saying about the rental agreement. What about the personnel that is coming with the rentals of the immediate containerized containers? The personnel that is coming with the first batch of the Caterpillar containers, these personnel are coming for the full stretch of the 3 months that we're going to rent the containers for. So they will be here for 3 months in the same stretch of time that we're going to rent the containers. The personnel will be here. Next question is, where are the containers coming in from which destiny? The company is in Miami, and the assets which are available in different locations can come, for example, depending where they have them, can even come from Colombia, in which they will then pick them up and bring them here because these are rentals. They just bring them from the island depending where they have them at that particular moment. And there are a few of them, for example, what I understood in Colombia. But the company is a Miami-based company. The next question from MP Marlin is, when will they be here? And how do you count it? How do you count down until they're here? The moment that they receive the payment, that is the date that is going to be used for the down payment, so for the countdown of the time. So imagine if we pay tomorrow, that means as of tomorrow, they are going to count down the 2 weeks, and then we will have the containers here on St. Martin, except, for example, bad weather or a hurricane, something happens that is unexpected, that can, of course, intervene in the 2 weeks. But if everything goes conform planning, we will have them 2 weeks after the payment has been received by the company. MP Melissa Gums has posed 2 questions about the clarification was as investigating regarding the megawatt requirement, how much these developments that are already there are sucking from the grid, how much is expected will be sucked from the grid. I went through this question and I prefer to consult with the VROMI department to give you an exact answer on that question. A other question was, where are the container generator coming from? That was also asked. Is there any country involved other than Miami? I said it already. The company is based in Miami, but they can come, for example, from Colombia. MP Doran had 2 questions. I will give the answers because I need some background information from the VROMI department. Mr. MP Doran had posted 2 questions. I will, with his approval, I will send the 2 answers from the 2 questions by writing. MP Brugge, when does the countdown begin? 6 weeks from when? From when does the counting begin? And as I said already, the countdown starts immediately once the payment has been received. Considering the various proposals, solutions presented, who will cover the bill? Will it be passed to the consumer? If so, how will it be done? G.E.B.E. has indicated as an answer that they will absorb the cost from the immediate solution and the short-term solution, so that will not be passed to the consumers. The consumers will continue paying the stable amount without that. If in the event that there is any increase in amount of cost to produce the energy, I had a extensive discussion with G.E.B.E. and they committed by telling me that the consumer will not pay for the difference and that they will absorb it. MP La Cruz, the generators going to come are still on diesel. What have we done with the energy plan that was created before? Where is a study from G.E.B.E. on NLG? G.E.B.E. requested via the NRPB to view the NLG option, and Energy Nautics indicated on a small scale it would not be financially feasible for St. Martin according to the experts. St. Martin requires a peak demand of 60 megawatt, and thus it would be more financially viable for countries requiring more than 100 megawatts. So if it's under the 100 megawatts, it will not be beneficial and attractive to use the LNG for the generators. Other question from MP La Cruz. What procedures were followed to reach to this point that these specific companies were chosen? How did we come about this? G.E.B.E. created a request for proposal and shared it with various companies. Under G.E.B.E. guidance, a vetting took place and a third-party advice was considered. The third party was Energy Nautics, which evaluated the choices. Question 4 from Mr. La Cruz. Interest rate of 6%. What were the interest rates of the others? Have we had a better ones in the past than this one? At the end of today, the consumer will have to pay for this. Answer is only one of the companies was willing to do long-term financing of 3 years for short-term solution. According to G.E.B.E., EchoStone, for example, wanted at least 65 65% down payment financing in front, and the balance at the end of the financing should be paid later on. A decision was needed to be taken due to the realities within our country, and the board and management indicated that they want to further not move on with Eco Stone because of the heavy down payment of 65% in this deal. Question 5, lease to own generators. These are also on diesel. The cruise ship industry is seeking options for them to plug into our grid, but using diesel, their carbon footprint will be the same and makes no sense. We are going to purchase something for local use, but not to make more money. Answer is, due to the current reality, the goal is to stabilize the grid in this national crisis. Midterm planning includes the replacement of engines 7, 8, and 9, and the long-term solution which surely incorporate renewable energy for the future. MP Arendel, people receiving bills, you get load shedding, yet high bills, although no current. Answer is, G.E.B.E has indicated your billing is only based on your usage. Who is responsible for the IT at G.E.B.E? And is there any testing done? After a security firm, Computech, we have hired in Computech to do the IT of the G.E.B.E as a consultant, and BDO did a penetration test, and it was determined that there were several weaknesses, and it's still being worked on. Are there any report on testing IT strength at a G.E.B.E? Answer is, once the project is completed, a test will be done to actually contest the strength of the G.E.B.E safety IT system. Did you seek help from the French side for energy pricing? The French side has also experiencing some challenges, and they are at this particular moment unable to assist us in our crisis. Containers has been ordered. Can G.E.B.E pay for these containers? G.E.B.E has indicated that it will be able to pay via its income, especially the deals that has been made that they will get 8 months to pay for the first set, that they will have to pay in 3 months, and especially the fact for a small mobilization fee for the second set of containers and paying the rest in 3 times 12 months, being 36 months. MP Roseburg, in regards to G.E.B.E, were any financials received? When was the last time when financials were received? According to G.E.B.E, Deloitte & Touche has drafted financial statements for 2020 and 2021. Based on Deloitte's schedule, they will complete 2022 and 2023 this year. The hack and the billing problems has caused some delay to get these audited financial statements. Concerning a question about the legality of the MOU by MP Roseburg, I am now seeking clarification through legal advice to see the legality and what that implicates, this agreement that has been done between government and grid market with this MOU. We are now busy asking legal advice on this agreement because it's an MOU. MP Jacobs. What does it take for us to do a transition to alternative energy? Answer: and Energy Nautics is busy, as I said already, finalizing a report, and G.E.B.E. is awaiting the outcome of this report, and probably the report will be finalized end of this month. Other question from MP La Cruz is, are we going to invest in 3 generators while here are other alternatives? Due to the current reality, the goal is to stabilize the grid first. Midterm planning includes the replacement of engine 7, 8, and 9, and the long-term solution will surely incorporate renewable energy. MP Emmanuel made a statement, and I just want to add is, as Prime Minister, I have taken note of the concerns of MP Emmanuel. I also have my concerns, which is why the frequency of meetings regarding G.E.B.E. has been very high. I've had a lot of meetings in the past weeks with the Supervisory Board and also with management of G.E.B.E. At the end of the day, I, along with the Council of Ministers, have responsibility to ensure that we can solve this energy crisis for the people of St. Martin. It would be a real challenge to cause more chaos within a chaos. And I do believe that at this particular moment, getting rid of the management of G.E.B.E. will only create more chaos. And I do not believe that that is the right thing to do. The financial statements of 2020 were in draft edition. Is this true? Yes, the 2020, including 2021, is in a draft edition by Deloitte, which is an external auditor for G.E.B.E. What financial statements has G.E.B.E. presented to the government which year? According to G.E.B.E., Deloitte has had the statements of 2020 and 2021 in draft form. These still has to be audited. They will be completed at the end of 2022 and 2023. And the hacking has been part of the delay that the financial audits are until today not completely finalized. G.E.B.E. financial situation. G.E.B.E. mentioned that their cash flow was positive. They managed to create a reserve. How much is the reserve and where is it? That's a question of MP Emmanuel. According to G.E.B.E., it's above its burn rate at this particular moment, which means that it has a positive cash flow. G.E.B.E. prefers not to give much details on its financial status, although it's positive. They do not believe that that is going to add additional value to the status of the company at this particular moment. G.E.B.E. has $1 million in change, and this figure has been stated by MP Emmanuel, and he also said which amount was allocated at which bank. answer of G.E.B.E. is G.E.B.E. has no reserve. However, G.E.B.E. has indicated they are working on a policy, and this policy is, the idea is that at a certain moment they will create a reserve. They have, though, a deposit at this particular moment that gives them some safety in financial buffer, but they would like to stay restricted in giving information about this. Concerning the position of G.E.B.E. towards Mrs. Daniel, at this particular moment, the monthly obligations that G.E.B.E. has towards Mrs. Daniel are being taken care of, and G.E.B.E. has indicated that negotiations are going on to see if they can get to a settlement and a solution. Is it true that G.E.B.E. did not execute a thorough inspection of all the bearings? According to G.E.B.E. technical support, the inspection of all the bearings was done. Verified statements from the relevant departments by G.E.B.E. can be provided to prove that the inspection of all the bearings were done. The crankshaft is $1.5 million without labor. Is that true? According to the G.E.B.E. technical support, pricing and inflation can fluctuate, and based on the previous crankshaft, the cost was just above $1 million for the crankshaft, excluding the labor costs to install it. The MP was making some statement about documents concerning the grid market. All relevant information regarding grid markets I will go after, and I will provide them in writing via our Honorable President of Parliament in the hopefully agreement for me to be able to send the answers in writing for Parliament. These are the answers that I have until now on the questions, and as I've asked the President respectfully, is if I can give the rest of the answers in writing in a week time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina. Yes, indeed, and I had mentioned earlier that I will adjourn this meeting. I'll not adjourn the meeting. I'll close this meeting with the understanding that within a week, answers will be had on the outstanding questions by members of Parliament, and if one or more members, including myself, deem it necessary based on the information provided to request, or in my case, to schedule another meeting on the topic or a specific topic regarding G.E.B.E., then that is how we will proceed. MP Christophe Emmanuel, because you had asked me a question briefly earlier, I will allow you to make it now, but then I want to come to the closing of this meeting. So I'll allow MP Emmanuel to question or make your statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Prime Minister made a remark earlier concerning a down payment amount. So I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, if he can provide the bids, the RFP, and the stipulation and the breakdown of the bids that came in the RFPs, Madam Chair. Can the Prime Minister produce that document? In the name of transparency, Madam Chair, we all have a right to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Christophe Emmanuel. Prime Minister, I I don't want to speak for you, but I guess you'll take this along with the questions, the answers still to be provided to Parliament. And again, I ask your cooperation. Of course, you need to ask your colleague ministers as well to really have these answers within approximately a week. I want to thank you for providing the information here today and responding to members of Parliament. I think for the members of Parliament, for sure, as well as the general public, some things have become clearer in terms of where we stand. I would also like you to consider informing Parliament as this process goes on, and any snags that you might encounter in reaching the timelines as you provided, that these be communicated to Parliament in due time. So again, members of Parliament, I want to thank you for your attendance here, Prime Minister and your support staff, our support staff, and all who are and were tuned into this meeting. Thank you very much, and I hereby close this meeting of Parliament. Meeting closed.